If you don't subscribe to the channel, all the stories will happen to you. Get ready for the nightmare. Willow Creek was the kind of town where people prided themselves on knowing each other. Tucked away in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense woods and the gentle curve of a meandering river, it was the epitome of quiet small-town life. Nothing much ever happened here, until the night everything changed. At the heart of the story is Lucas Morrow, a 23-year-old local who had spent nearly his entire life in Willow Creek. He knew every corner, every alley, and every face. He lived in a small, modest house on the edge of town, just far enough from the main road to feel isolated, but close enough to still be considered part of the community. His routine was simple: work, home, sleep, repeat. But that night, his routine was shattered. It all started when Sophie Turner, the girl next door, disappeared. Sophie had always been a presence in Lucas's life. She wasn't just another neighbor. She was the person he'd grown up with, the one who shared his street, his summers, and more than a few secrets. Sophie was the kind of girl who made an impression without even trying. Her wide, curious eyes and easy smile made her approachable, and there was something about her that drew people in, as if she were a beacon in the quiet monotony of Willow Creek. That Friday night, Sophie was supposed to be at home. Lucas had seen her earlier, sitting on her porch, a book in her hands, the late summer sun casting a golden glow over her pale hair. It was a picture of serenity, a scene that wouldn't have seemed out of place in a painting. But as the hours passed and the shadows grew long, something changed. Lucas noticed it first when he glanced out his kitchen window. Sophie's house was dark. No porch light, no soft glow from the living room where she usually watched TV late into the night. At first, he thought nothing of it. Maybe she had gone out for a bit. It wasn't unusual for Sophie to take long walks in the woods that bordered the back of their neighborhood, enjoying the solitude and nature. But when midnight came and her house remained pitch black, Lucas felt a nagging sense of unease. The feeling only grew stronger when he woke up the next morning to see her porch still empty, her car still in the driveway, and no sign of movement inside. Lucas wasn't the type to get involved in other people's business, but something about Sophie's sudden absence bothered him. The longer he stared at her house, the more his concern twisted into something sharper, darker. The kind of dread that gnawed at the pit of his stomach, telling him that something was wrong. The first step was subtle. He texted her. Just a casual message. "Hey, didn't see you yesterday. Everything okay?" No reply. Hours passed. He texted again. "Sophie?" Still nothing. By the end of the day, he knew something was definitely off. He found himself standing on her porch, knocking lightly at first, then harder when there was no answer. The doorbell chimed, echoing in the stillness, but there was no sound from inside. No footsteps, no voice calling out, nothing. Just silence. For a moment, Lucas considered the possibility that she had simply left town for the weekend, maybe on some last-minute trip. But why would she have left her car behind? And her phone? He had seen it through the front window, lying on the coffee table. He hadn't noticed at first, but now, in the growing silence, the image of it flashed in his mind, a tiny detail that seemed to loom larger the more he thought about it. Lucas stepped back, a chill running down his spine. Willow Creek was safe, wasn't it? It always had been. People didn't just vanish here, not without a trace. And yet, here he was, standing on the porch of an empty house, his heart pounding, convinced that Sophie hadn't left willingly. As the hours turned into days, the mystery deepened. Lucas found himself haunted by every glance he had shared with Sophie, every small conversation they'd had. Was there something he had missed? Some sign, some clue that might have hinted at what was to come? The police were called, of course. They combed through Sophie's house, searching for any indication of foul play or a struggle, but they found nothing. No forced entry, no broken windows, no bloodstains. Just the eerie emptiness of a house left behind. Weeks passed, and still no word. The town began to buzz with rumors, speculation swirling around every corner. Some said she had run away, tired of the small-town life. Others whispered darker theories. Kidnapping, murder, some secret lover that had spirited her away in the night. But none of it sat right with Lucas. He knew Sophie, knew her routine, her habits. She wouldn't just leave without a word. And yet, here they were, left with only questions and no answers. As Lucas delved deeper into the mystery, he found himself drawn into a web of secrets he never knew existed. Willow Creek, with all its quiet charm and familiarity, began to feel foreign. Something was lurking beneath the surface, something that went beyond Sophie's disappearance. And as Lucas began to unravel the threads, he realized that the mystery of what had happened to the girl next door might be darker than he ever imagined. Days after Sophie's disappearance, the quietness of Willow Creek took on a different tone. It wasn't just the absence of her friendly wave from across the street or the sight of her sitting on her porch with a book. It was something heavier, something that lingered in the air like a weight pressing down on Lucas's chest. The town carried on as usual, but Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister had happened. The more he thought about it, the more the simple explanations didn't add up. He found himself staring out the window more often, gazing at Sophie's house like he was waiting for her to just walk out the door, as if nothing had happened. The routine she followed was so consistent that it seemed impossible for her to simply disappear without a trace. The morning after the police had conducted their initial search, Lucas couldn't stop thinking about Sophie's phone. It had been left in plain sight, lying on her coffee table. Her purse, too, had been in its usual spot on the kitchen counter. Why would she leave behind the things she always carried with her? Every detail seemed like a small piece of a puzzle that Lucas was trying to assemble in his mind, though the picture wasn't becoming any clearer. That morning, Lucas decided to take matters into his own hands. He crossed the lawn to Sophie's house again, his steps slow and deliberate. The neighborhood was still, only the distant hum of the highway in the background and the chirping of birds breaking the silence. Lucas paused at her front door, memories flooding his mind. Late-night chats on the porch, laughter from inside, the soft glow of her living room light when she watched movies. Now, the house felt more like a shell, a hollow reminder of what had once been normal. He walked around the side of the house, glancing in through the windows. The place looked untouched, like Sophie had just stepped out for a moment and would return any second. But she didn't. Lucas hesitated, then made his way to the backyard. Sophie's backyard bordered a patch of woods that stretched for miles, thick and foreboding. Lucas had always admired the way she'd taken care of the small garden by her porch, the flowers blooming in bright colors. But today, the sight of the garden felt eerily still. Something about the woods beyond the garden had always made Lucas uneasy, even when they were kids. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches dense and shadowed, hiding whatever lay beyond them. He noticed something strange as he reached the garden fence. The gate to the woods, which Sophie always kept shut, was slightly ajar. Lucas frowned, stepping closer. The lock that normally held the gate closed hung loosely, as if it had been forced open. He knelt down, inspecting the lock, and noticed fresh scratches on the metal, as if someone had tampered with it recently. His pulse quickened. Had Sophie gone into the woods that night? Or had someone else come through here? Lucas pushed the gate open, his shoes crunching softly on the dirt path as he ventured into the trees. The cool air smelled of pine and earth, and the canopy above blocked out most of the sunlight, casting the forest in dim shadow. The woods were silent, save for the occasional rustling of leaves as the wind moved through the trees. As he walked further in, he started to notice subtle changes in the terrain, disturbed patches of earth, broken branches, and the faintest trace of footprints. They were too faint to tell whose they were or when they had been made, but Lucas knew one thing for certain. Someone had been here recently. The farther he went, the more his unease grew. His mind raced, imagining all the possibilities. Had Sophie run into trouble in the woods? Had she met someone here? His stomach tightened as he considered the more terrifying option, that someone had taken her, and these woods were the last place she had been seen. After what felt like hours, he came upon a small clearing. The trees opened up slightly, revealing a patch of grass that looked trampled and disturbed, almost as if something, or someone, had been dragged through here. Lucas's breath hitched as he crouched down to examine the ground. There, half buried beneath a layer of leaves, was a small object. He reached for it cautiously, his fingers brushing against something smooth and cold. It was a bracelet, simple, silver, with a single charm attached. Lucas recognized it immediately. He'd seen Sophie wearing it nearly every day. His hand trembled as he held it up to the light, the weight of the situation pressing down on him like never before. This was proof that Sophie had been here, in this very spot. But what had happened after? A sense of dread washed over him as he stood up, the bracelet clutched tightly in his hand. Someone else had been here. Someone had been with Sophie. But who? Lucas's mind raced as he made his way back to town, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind of questions and fear. He needed to tell the police about what he'd found, but would they even believe him? The search had already slowed down, and the authorities had started to lean towards the theory that Sophie had left town on her own. But Lucas knew better. He felt it in his gut. Sophie wouldn't just vanish without a word, without her phone, her things. The next few days were a blur. Lucas turned the bracelet over to the police, hoping it would spark renewed interest in the case. But despite their efforts to retrace the steps he had taken in the woods, no new leads emerged. The town's buzz of speculation grew quieter, the initial shock of Sophie's disappearance fading into an uneasy acceptance. People moved on, as people tend to do, but not Lucas. He couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was at play, that there was more to the story than what met the eye. He began to stay up late, scouring old town records, looking into the history of the woods behind Sophie's house. He found rumors, of course, stories of strange sightings, missing pets, and even older tales of people who had vanished without a trace over the years. But none of it was concrete, nothing that pointed directly to Sophie. His obsession grew with each passing day, and soon, the lines between reality and paranoia began to blur. He started to notice things, people watching him, whispers that stopped abruptly when he walked into a room. Was it just his imagination? Or was there really something sinister hiding beneath the surface of Willow Creek? One night, as Lucas sat in his darkened living room, staring at the bracelet on his coffee table, his phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. "You're getting too close. Stop looking." Lucas's blood ran cold. He stared at the message, his heart pounding in his chest. Who could have sent this? How did they know what he was doing? Before he could even process the implications, another text came through. "Or you'll end up like her." The threat of the text message lingered in Lucas's mind, a dark cloud that followed him everywhere. He couldn't shake it. Someone was watching him. Someone who knew what had happened to Sophie. The anonymous message had left no doubt about that. But who was it? And why didn't they want him digging any deeper? Sleep became a distant memory. Each night, Lucas lay awake, staring at his phone, waiting for another message that never came. Every creak in the house, every rustle of leaves outside his window felt like a warning. His paranoia began to grow. The calm streets of Willow Creek no longer felt safe, and even the familiar faces of neighbors seemed to hide secrets behind polite smiles. He was being followed. He could feel it in his bones, though there was no hard evidence to back it up. Days turned into a blur of restless pacing and unanswered questions. The police had done their part, but it was becoming clear to Lucas that they were ready to let Sophie's disappearance fade into a cold case, chalking it up to a runaway or an unsolvable mystery. But Lucas knew better. He had seen the bracelet, felt the eerie presence in the woods, and now there was the threat hanging over his head. This wasn't some random disappearance. Sophie hadn't run away. Someone had taken her, and they didn't want Lucas finding out why. Still, he wasn't the kind of person who could just walk away. Not when the truth was so close, tantalizingly just out of reach. The message hadn't scared him off. It had only made him more determined to uncover the truth. Whoever was trying to stop him had made a mistake. They had underestimated his resolve. He decided it was time to dig deeper, to go beyond the surface-level investigation. He needed to find out who in this town could be behind something so sinister. If the woods had hidden something as simple as Sophie's bracelet, then maybe there was more lurking beneath the surface of Willow Creek. Something people weren't talking about, or worse, something they were hiding. His first instinct was to start with the old legends, the strange stories that had surrounded Willow Creek for generations. Growing up, Lucas had always dismissed them as nothing more than ghost stories, tales meant to scare children away from venturing too far into the woods. But now, they seemed like more than just idle chatter. He started asking around, carefully of course. The last thing he wanted was to draw too much attention to himself, especially after the threatening text. He knew that whoever was watching him might have eyes all over town. But people talked, especially when they didn't think anyone was listening too closely. At the local diner, Lucas struck up a conversation with Elena Morris, an older woman who had lived in Willow Creek her entire life. She had always been the town's unofficial historian, the keeper of secrets and stories. Over coffee, he casually mentioned Sophie's disappearance, watching her reaction closely. Her face hardened, but not in surprise, more like a guardedness, as if she knew more than she was willing to say. "Strange things have happened around here before," she said, her voice low. "You're not the first one to go missing, you know? It's just that folks like to forget. It's easier that way." Lucas leaned in, his interest piqued. "What do you mean, I'm not the first? Who else?" Elena glanced around the diner, her eyes narrowing as if making sure no one was listening. "You won't find it in the papers. Too long ago for that. But when I was young, we heard whispers. People would disappear for a while. Sometimes they came back, sometimes they didn't." Lucas felt a chill crawl up his spine. He had heard stories like this before, but they had always seemed like the stuff of urban legends, not real events. And no one ever did anything. "People tried," Elena said, her hands trembling slightly as she sipped her coffee. "But the ones who poked around too much, well, they didn't always come back either." Her words hung in the air between them, thick with unspoken implications. Lucas knew that pressing her further might be dangerous. Elena was clearly afraid, and for good reason. But he couldn't let it go. "Do you think this has something to do with Sophie?" he asked, lowering his voice. Elena's eyes flickered with something, a flash of fear, or maybe regret. "I don't know what happened to Sophie," she said slowly. "But I do know this town has its secrets, and if you're smart, you'll leave them buried." The conversation left Lucas with more questions than answers, but it confirmed one thing. Sophie's disappearance wasn't an isolated incident. Willow Creek had a darker past than anyone was willing to admit, and someone, or something, was determined to keep it that way. Determined to find out more. Lucas began sifting through Old Town records, searching for any mention of missing people or unsolved cases. He found fragments, rumors of disappearances going back decades, some with eerie similarities to Sophie's case. But the details were always vague, the stories shrouded in ambiguity and doubt. It was as if the town itself was conspiring to keep its secrets hidden. And then he found it, an old newspaper clipping from nearly 20 years ago. The headline read, "Local teen disappears, last seen near Woodland Trail." The name of the girl was unfamiliar, Emily Foster, but the circumstances were disturbingly similar to Sophie's. Emily had lived on the same street, attended the same high school, and had been last seen walking near the woods that bordered the neighborhood. Just like Sophie, the article was short, almost dismissive. There had been no follow-up, no investigation that went beyond the initial search. Emily Foster had simply vanished, her case fading into obscurity like so many others. Lucas's hands shook as he stared at the clipping. This was it, the connection he had been looking for. Sophie wasn't the first, and she wouldn't be the last if he didn't do something. But what was happening in those woods? And why had no one ever found out? He knew there was only one place to go for answers. Back to the woods. That night, armed with a flashlight and a gnawing sense of dread, Lucas made his way into the trees once again. This time, he was more prepared. He had studied maps of the area, noting any old trails or abandoned structures that might offer a clue. The deeper he went, the more the woods seemed to close in around him, the thick branches and underbrush muffling every sound except his own footsteps. For hours, Lucas wandered through the darkened forest, searching for anything, any sign that might point to what had happened to Sophie, or Emily, or any of the others who had disappeared over the years. His flashlight flickered across trees and rocks, casting long shadows that danced eerily in the corners of his vision. And then he found it. At the base of an old, gnarled tree, half hidden beneath a mound of dirt and leaves, was a small wooden door. It was barely visible in the dim light, weathered and cracked with age, but unmistakable. Lucas's breath caught in his throat as he crouched down, brushing away the debris. The door led underground. With trembling hands, Lucas pulled it open, revealing a set of stone steps leading down into darkness. A foul smell wafted up from below, the air thick and heavy with decay. For a moment, he hesitated, every instinct telling him to turn back. But then he thought of Sophie, her bracelet, and the text message that had threatened him. He couldn't stop now. Gripping his flashlight tightly, Lucas descended into the unknown, his heart pounding in his chest. The steps were slick with moisture, and the walls around him seemed to close the farther down he went. The air grew colder, the smell more pungent, and soon the faintest sound reached his ears, like the distant drip of water echoing off stone. At the bottom of the stairs, Lucas found himself in a narrow tunnel. The walls were lined with old, rusted pipes, and the floor was uneven, strewn with rocks and debris. The tunnel stretched on into the darkness, the only light coming from his flickering flashlight. He took a deep breath and started forward, every step echoing in the silence. Whatever was down here, he was about to find out. The narrow tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly before Lucas, the dim light of his flashlight barely enough to cut through the oppressive darkness. Each step felt like an eternity, the sound of his footsteps echoing faintly off the cold, damp walls. The deeper he went, the more the weight of the underground passage pressed down on him, a constant reminder that there was no turning back now. He had uncovered too much. The air down here was thick, laced with the stench of mold and decay. A faint, distant dripping sound accompanied his every movement, as if the underground space was alive, breathing, watching. Lucas's pulse quickened, but he forced himself to stay calm. The discovery of the door had confirmed his worst fears. There was something beneath Willow Creek, something tied to Sophie's disappearance, and possibly many others. But what exactly? As he ventured deeper, the tunnel began to change. The walls were no longer made of rough stone and dirt. They became smooth, carved with symbols he couldn't recognize. The markings seemed ancient, almost ritualistic, their meanings lost to time. Lucas paused, running his hand over the strange etchings. They felt deliberate, purposeful, as if they were warning signs. Though whether they were meant to keep people out or trap something in, he couldn't be sure. A shiver ran down his spine. Suddenly, the tunnel split into two directions, one leading to the left and another to the right. Both were equally dark and foreboding, and Lucas hesitated. His instinct told him that either choice could be dangerous, but he couldn't stand here forever. He had to make a decision. Taking a deep breath, Lucas chose the left path, hoping it might lead him closer to answers. The tunnel curved slightly, and after several minutes, he began to hear something, a low, almost inaudible hum. It wasn't mechanical, nor did it sound like the natural dripping of water he had heard earlier. It was rhythmic, like chanting. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Lucas stopped dead in his tracks, straining to listen. The chanting was faint, but unmistakable. It echoed eerily through the tunnel, sending a cold wave of dread through him. Someone, or something, was down here, and they weren't alone. He continued forward, more cautiously now, his heart hammering in his chest. The further he went, the louder the sound became, though it remained distant, as if whoever, or whatever, was making it was still far ahead. The tunnel began to slope downward, and soon Lucas found himself in a larger underground chamber. What he saw next stopped him cold. The chamber was vast, its walls lined with more of the strange symbols he had seen earlier. At the center was an altar of sorts, surrounded by old, crumbling statues that appeared to depict grotesque, twisted figures. It was an eerie tableau, a scene from some long-forgotten nightmare. But what truly terrified Lucas was what lay in the center of the altar, a single, withered photograph. Even from a distance, he could make out the face in the picture. It was Sophie. Lucas approached slowly, his hands shaking as he reached for the photo. It was old, faded at the edges, as if it had been here for years. How could that be? Sophie had only disappeared recently. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was seeing, but the answers eluded him. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement. He spun around, flashlight raised, but there was nothing there, just shadows dancing on the walls. He cursed under his breath, his nerves frayed. But before he could take another step, the chanting grew louder, filling the chamber. It wasn't his imagination this time. There were people nearby, and they were getting closer. Lucas backed away from the altar, his mind screaming for him to run. He turned toward the tunnel, only to see figures emerging from the darkness. They were cloaked, their faces hidden beneath dark hoods. There were at least half a dozen of them, moving in perfect, silent unison as they advanced. Panic surged through Lucas. He had to get out now. Without thinking, he bolted toward the right-hand tunnel, the one he had avoided earlier. His legs carried him as fast as they could, adrenaline pumping through his veins as the sound of chanting followed him. The tunnel seemed to twist and turn in endless loops, the walls closing in as he raced through the underground labyrinth. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to get away from those figures. The sound of their footsteps was close behind him, echoing unnervingly in the confined space. He couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into another chamber, though this one was much smaller than the first. It was cluttered with old furniture and broken machinery, as if it had once been part of an underground facility, long abandoned. Lucas quickly scanned the room, looking for any way out, but there were no other exits. The footsteps were getting closer. He could hear the low murmur of voices now, distorted but unmistakably human. Frantically, Lucas began searching through the debris, tossing aside rusted metal and decaying wood. His flashlight flickered ominously, threatening to plunge him into darkness at any moment. There had to be something, some hidden exit, some way out of this nightmare. And then he found it. Beneath a pile of old, rotted planks was another door, smaller than the one he had found earlier, but just as ancient. He yanked it open, revealing a narrow tunnel that seemed to slope upward. Without hesitation, Lucas crawled inside, pulling the door shut behind him just as the voices reached the chamber. He held his breath, listening as the footsteps entered the room. They were so close now, just feet away from where he was hiding. The voices murmured in hushed tones, as if they were searching for something. He prayed they wouldn't find him. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, and eventually the voices began to fade, retreating back into the depths of the underground. Lucas waited a few more moments before daring to move. When he was sure they were gone, he let out a shaky breath and began crawling through the narrow tunnel. It was cramped and claustrophobic, but Lucas forced himself to keep going. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, each turn bringing a new wave of anxiety. He had no idea where he was going or if he was even heading in the right direction. All he knew was that he couldn't stop. Not now. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel finally opened up. Lucas crawled out, gasping for air as he emerged into the cool night. He was in the woods again, somewhere far from where he had started, but at least he was outside. Safe. Or so he thought. As Lucas rose to his feet, his body trembling from exhaustion, he heard a sound that froze him in place, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps in the leaves behind him. He wasn't alone. Lucas spun around, his flashlight sweeping across the darkened forest. For a moment, there was nothing, just trees and shadows. But then, from the darkness, a figure stepped forward. T wasn't one of the cloaked figures from the underground. This was someone else, someone Lucas recognized immediately. It was Officer Bennett. Lucas's heart sank. "You," he whispered, the realization hitting him like a punch to the gut. Bennett's expression was cold, his eyes dark and unreadable. "You should have stayed out of it, Lucas," he said quietly. "Now you've gone too far." The pieces fell into place with horrifying clarity. Bennett had been watching him all along, orchestrating the investigation from the shadows. He wasn't here to help Lucas. He was here to stop him, for good. Before Lucas could react, Bennett reached into his jacket, pulling out a small, gleaming knife. "I'm sorry it had to come to this," he said, his voice low and menacing. "But you were getting too close to the truth." Lucas took a step back, his mind racing. He had uncovered the dark secrets of Willow Creek, but now, it seemed, those secrets would die with him. Lucas's body tensed, his heart hammering in his chest as the knife glinted in Officer Bennett's hand. The man who had seemed so eager to help was now standing before him, a cold and dangerous look in his eyes. The forest around them was eerily quiet, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting for what would happen next. "You don't have to do this," Lucas said, his voice shaking but steady enough to convey the plea. Bennett's expression didn't waver. "I wish it didn't have to be this way, Lucas," he replied. "But you've seen too much. If you just left it alone, none of this would be necessary." Lucas's mind raced. How had it come to this? How had a simple search for Sophie turned into a deadly game of cat and mouse, with Officer Bennett at its center? As he stood there, the gravity of the situation settled over him like a weight. He couldn't back down now. He was too close to the truth, even if that truth was darker than anything he could have imagined. You were behind it all, weren't you? Lucas asked, his voice firmer now. The disappearances, the rituals. Sophie, you were a part of it. Bennett's lips twitched into a grim smile. I was protecting the town, Lucas. You have no idea how deep this goes. The things we've done, they weren't for pleasure, they were for survival. This town, Willow Creek, owes its very existence to those rituals. Lucas swallowed hard, the sickening realization creeping into his gut. And the people who disappeared? They were sacrifices. Bennett nodded, his face devoid of remorse. We all have our roles to play. The town demands sacrifices, and without them, it would wither away. Sophie, she was just the latest, but it's too late for you now. You should have left when you had the chance. Bennett took a step forward, the knife gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Lucas instinctively took a step back, his mind racing. He needed to buy time, to find a way out of this. Running wasn't an option. Bennett was too close, and the forest was too dense. But maybe, just maybe, he could turn the situation around. You think this will save the town? Lucas asked, trying to keep Bennett talking. Killing me won't change what's happened. People are going to notice. They're going to ask questions. Bennett chuckled darkly. No, Lucas. No one will ask questions. People disappear all the time. You'll just be another mystery in Willow Creek's long history of secrets. As Bennett stepped closer, Lucas's mind raced for a solution. His gaze darted around the forest, searching for anything he could use as a weapon. But there was nothing. Just trees and darkness. His only option was to confront Bennett directly. He had to do something, anything, to survive. Suddenly, without thinking, Lucas lunged forward, knocking Bennett's arm aside. The knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the forest floor. Bennett stumbled back, momentarily caught off guard, and Lucas took his chance. He dove for the knife, grabbing it just as Bennett regained his footing. Lucas, stop! Bennett growled, but Lucas didn't hesitate. With all the strength he could muster, he swung the knife toward Bennett, slashing at his arm. Bennett yelped in pain, clutching his bleeding arm, but the wound wasn't deep enough to incapacitate him. The struggle was far from over. Bennett, despite the injury, lunged at Lucas, tackling him to the ground. The two men rolled across the forest floor, each fighting for control of the knife. It was a desperate, primal struggle, with both of them knowing that only one would walk away alive. Lucas's breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to keep Bennett off of him. The older man was strong, stronger than Lucas had anticipated, but Lucas had adrenaline on his side. With a burst of energy, he managed to push Bennett off, sending him sprawling onto his back. Before Bennett could recover, Lucas was on him, pinning him down. He held the knife to Bennett's throat, his hands trembling as the realization of what he was about to do set in. You don't have to do this, Bennett rasped, his voice a mix of pain and desperation. You don't understand what's at stake. I understand enough, Lucas replied, his voice cold. You've sacrificed innocent people. You've let this town rot in its own darkness. Someone has to stop it. For a long moment, Lucas hesitated. Could he really do this? Could he kill Bennett, even knowing all that he had done? The weight of the knife in his hand felt heavier than ever, as if it held the burden of the lives Bennett had taken. But then he thought of Sophie. He thought of her bright smile, her easy laugh. He thought of the way she had disappeared without a trace, swallowed by the same darkness that Bennett now represented. With a final, decisive movement, Lucas slashed the knife across Bennett's throat. The older man gasped, his eyes widening in shock as blood poured from the wound. He struggled for a few seconds, his hands clawing at his throat, but it was futile. Within moments, the life drained from his body, leaving him motionless on the forest floor. Lucas collapsed beside him, breathing heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. It was over. Bennett was dead. The town's dark secret had claimed another life, but this time, it was the life of its enforcer. For a long time, Lucas sat there in the darkness, staring at Bennett's lifeless body. The weight of what he had done pressed down on him, But there was no turning back now. He had uncovered the truth, and in doing so, he had sealed his own fate. In the days that followed, Lucas tried to make sense of everything that had happened. He reported Bennett's death to the authorities, spinning a story of self-defense. The town, as expected, kept its secrets. There were no further questions, no investigations. Life in Willow Creek continued as if nothing had happened. But Lucas knew the truth. The town was sick, its roots rotting beneath the surface. The rituals, the sacrifices, they were all part of something far older, something far darker than anyone could have imagined. He tried to move on, but the nightmares wouldn't stop. Every night, he saw Sophie's face. Every night, he relived the moment in the forest, the moment when he had taken a life to save his own. The weight of it all was too much to bear. And then, one evening, as Lucas sat in his apartment, he received a message. It was simple, just a few words, but it sent a chill down his spine. "You found the truth. Now you must live with it." Lucas stared at the screen, his heart racing. Who had sent the message? How had they found him? And most importantly, what did it mean? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lucas stood, his body tense as he approached the door. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the doorknob. Every instinct screamed for him to run, to get out of Willow Creek before it was too late. But before he could react, the door slowly creaked open on its own. Standing in the doorway was Sophie. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow, but there was no mistaking her. It was her, alive, or at least something that looked like her. "Lucas," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You were never supposed to find out." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Lucas took a step back, his mind reeling. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. But before he could say a word, Sophie stepped into the room, the door closing behind her with a quiet click. If you enjoyed this story and want to see more like it, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and give us a like. More chilling tales are waiting for you on this channel. Stories that will keep you up at night, wondering what really lurks in the darkness. It all started innocently enough. Anna had been single for nearly a year after her last relationship ended in heartbreak. Her friends had been urging her to get back into the dating scene, but she had resisted for a while, content to focus on her career and enjoy her solitude. Still, loneliness had a way of creeping in late at night, and on one of those evenings, she decided to try something new, online dating. With a glass of wine in hand, she set up a profile on a popular dating app, carefully selecting a few pictures that didn't feel too revealing or staged. Her bio was short and sweet. Designer, lover of the outdoors, and always up for a new adventure. She wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to talk to and maybe spend time with. That's when she came across Daniel. His profile was simple, and unlike many others she had seen, it didn't feel like he was trying too hard to impress. His photos showed him hiking, smiling genuinely at the camera, a dog by his side. His bio read, looking for someone to share life's little moments with. Adventure lover, coffee enthusiast. It wasn't flashy, but something about his profile caught her attention. Without overthinking it, she swiped right. Moments later, she received a notification. It's a match. She smiled to herself, a little thrill running through her. She had been cautious about online dating, but Daniel's profile seemed different, approachable, sincere. The first message wasn't long in coming. "Hey Anna, you seem like someone who appreciates the outdoors as much as I do. Do you have a favorite hiking spot?" The message was polite, thoughtful, and direct. Nothing like the awkward or aggressive messages she'd gotten from others. Anna found herself smiling at the screen, surprised at how easy it felt to reply. "Hi Daniel. Yeah, I love hiking. I usually go to the national park nearby. There are some great trails there. How about you?" And just like that, their conversation began. Over the next few days, they exchanged messages constantly, and Anna found herself looking forward to his texts. Daniel had a way of making her feel comfortable. He wasn't just good at small talk. He asked about her job, her passions, and her dreams. He listened when she vented about a difficult project at work or shared a story about her childhood. It was as if he knew exactly how to make her feel seen, understood. As they talked, Anna realized just how lonely she had been since her last relationship. Daniel filled a void she hadn't even known was there. He wasn't pushy or overtly flirty, just kind and attentive. It felt natural, like she had known him much longer than just a few weeks. One night, after a particularly long day at work, Daniel suggested they talk on the phone instead of texting. "Let's hear each other's voices," he said. "I feel like we're already good friends, but it's time we take this to the next level, don't you think?" Anna hesitated for only a moment before agreeing. When she answered his call later that evening, his voice was warm and rich, with just a hint of laughter behind it. They talked for hours about everything and nothing: his job as a freelance photographer, his love of traveling, and her dreams of starting her own design business one day. It was easy to talk to Daniel, and by the end of the call, Anna felt like they had bridged some invisible gap. They weren't just two strangers who had met online. There was something more, something with potential. After that, their relationship seemed to deepen with each conversation. Late-night texts turned into phone calls, and soon Daniel suggested they meet in person. "I'd love to finally see you face to face," he said one evening. "I feel like we've built something special, don't you?" Anna's heart fluttered at his words. She had been nervous about meeting him in real life, but his charm and sincerity made her feel at ease. They agreed to meet at a quaint cafe downtown, a place Anna often went to unwind after work. The day of their meeting, she was a bundle of nerves. Standing outside the cafe, she checked her phone one last time to make sure she had the time right. Just as she was about to walk inside, a deep voice called her name. "Anna." She turned to see Daniel walking toward her, just as handsome as in his pictures. He wore a casual jacket and jeans, his dark hair tousled slightly, giving him an effortlessly cool vibe. His smile was wide and genuine, and as soon as she saw it, her nerves melted away. They hugged briefly, and Daniel opened the door for her, leading her into the cafe. The conversation flowed as easily in person as it had online. They laughed about silly things, shared stories about their favorite trips, and bonded over their mutual love of the outdoors. He was even more charming in person, attentive, considerate, and always making her feel like the center of his world. By the end of the date, Anna felt a warm glow in her chest. It had been so long since she had felt this way about anyone. Daniel walked her to her car, and before saying goodbye, he brushed a strand of hair from her face, his fingers lingering just for a moment. "I had a great time tonight, Anna," he said softly. "I really hope we can do this again soon." Anna nodded, her heart racing. "Me too." As she drove home, her thoughts were a jumble of excitement and hope. For the first time in a long time, she felt like she might have found something real. But what Anna didn't know, what she couldn't know, was that this man who had so easily charmed his way into her life was hiding something. Behind that warm smile and gentle words, Daniel wasn't exactly who he seemed to be. The days following her first date with Daniel were a whirlwind of excitement for Anna. They quickly fell into a comfortable routine of texting and calling each other. Each conversation felt like stepping deeper into a world that was uniquely theirs, filled with laughter and shared dreams. Anna often found herself daydreaming about what their future might hold. But as the excitement of new love began to settle, the strange feeling in the pit of her stomach returned. It started subtly, little things that she couldn't quite put her finger on. One evening, while they were talking, Daniel casually mentioned a hiking trail that she had visited with her friends just a few weeks prior. "Hey, remember that trail you went to with Emily? The one by the lake?" he said, his voice casual. Anna blinked in surprise. "How did you know about that?" "I think you mentioned it once during one of our calls," he replied, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow known more than he should. It was one of those moments that lingered in her mind, a shadow she couldn't quite ignore. How could he remember such a small detail from a conversation that hadn't felt significant at the time? It was unsettling, but she tried to brush it off, convincing herself it was just a coincidence. However, the incidents continued. Daniel would text her after she had gone out, asking how her evening was, even when she hadn't told him where she was going. During one phone call, he asked her how she enjoyed a specific movie she had mentioned in passing days earlier. "I remember you saying it was one of your favorites," he said, his tone light. With each strange coincidence, Anna felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She began to wonder if she was simply overreacting. Daniel was kind, attentive, and seemingly genuine. He always treated her with respect, but those odd moments gnawed at her, and she found herself increasingly uneasy. One Friday evening, after a long week at work, Anna sat on her couch scrolling through social media, trying to unwind. As she flipped through her feed, she stumbled upon a news article about online scams and the dangers of meeting people from dating apps. A chill ran down her spine as she read about women who had experienced similar situations, charming men who had turned out to be dangerous. The fear began to creep in. Could Daniel be one of those men? She wanted to trust her instincts, but she also didn't want to jump to conclusions based on paranoia. That night, unable to sleep, she decided to do some research. It was a slippery slope, but Anna felt the need to dig deeper into Daniel's background. She started with his social media profiles, searching for any inconsistencies or red flags. As she clicked through his photos and posts, everything seemed pristine. Adventurous trips, smiling faces, a life that appeared enviable. But when she looked closer, she noticed something odd about the comments on his photos. While most were friendly, a few seemed out of place. Women leaving cryptic messages or vague compliments that hinted at a deeper connection. It was troubling, but Anna brushed it aside, telling herself she was overthinking. Later that week, Daniel suggested they go on a weekend hike together. Anna was thrilled, and the idea of spending time outdoors with him was exactly what she needed. They picked a beautiful trail about an hour away, known for its stunning views and tranquil atmosphere. The day of the hike, the sun was shining, and the air was crisp with the scent of pine. As they walked side by side, the conversation flowed easily. Daniel shared stories about his travels and adventures, his passion for photography evident in the way he described capturing the beauty of nature. But even amidst the laughter and connection, Anna couldn't shake her anxiety. She studied Daniel, trying to glean more about the man behind the charm. There was something captivating yet elusive about him, like a riddle she couldn't quite solve. Later, as they reached a secluded overlook, Anna paused to take in the view. The landscape was breathtaking, a tapestry of green and blue stretching out before them. "This is beautiful," she said, catching her breath. "It is," Daniel agreed, standing close beside her. "Just like you." The compliment sent a flutter through her heart, but she couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Just as she was about to say something, her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was a text from Emily, checking in on her. "How's the date? Is he as dreamy as he seems?" Anna smiled, feeling a wave of warmth. She quickly replied, feeling the weight of her unease dissipate for a moment. But when she glanced back up, she found Daniel watching her with an intensity that made her uneasy. "Who's that?" he asked, his tone light but his eyes narrowed slightly. "It's just Emily, checking in," Anna replied, shrugging it off. "Your best friend, right?" Daniel's question felt innocent, but there was an underlying edge to his tone. "Yeah," she said, trying to keep the mood light. "She's just curious." "Does she know about me?" he pressed, and Anna felt her heart race. "Not yet, but I was planning to introduce you soon," she said, forcing a smile. Daniel nodded, but the look in his eyes lingered, unsettling her. After their hike, as they sat in the car, Anna decided to confront her worries head-on. "Daniel, can I ask you something?" "Of course," he replied, glancing over at her. "Do you think it's possible to really know someone when you meet online?" He smiled, but there was something inscrutable about his expression. "I think it's all about trust. If we keep being honest with each other, we'll be just fine." His words should have reassured her, but they only intensified her anxiety. What if he wasn't being honest? What if the charming facade was hiding something far more sinister? That night, Anna lay awake, staring at the ceiling, wrestling with her thoughts. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was in too deep. The man she had grown to care for might be hiding a dangerous secret, and she had to figure out how to protect herself before it was too late. The following week was a blur of confusion and unease for Anna. While she enjoyed her time with Daniel, the tension simmered just below the surface, like a thread slowly unraveling. Every time they met, her mind danced between moments of joy and the gnawing fear that she was entangled with someone who could turn dangerous. Determined to regain some sense of control, Anna focused on gathering more information about Daniel. The seed of doubt had been planted, and it grew into a relentless urge to know the truth. Late one night, she found herself diving deeper into online research, her heart racing with each new discovery. She began by searching for any mention of his real name, anything that might link him to the man in that ominous news article. She was meticulous, using variations of his name, and looking through different social media platforms. But with each search, the anxiety in her chest tightened. There was little she could find. As she navigated through his online presence, she noted the familiar charm in every post and picture, yet something felt increasingly staged. He had a perfect online persona, smiling in picturesque landscapes, adventurous and carefree, but none of it gave her the comfort she desperately sought. Frustrated, Anna decided to reach out to the women's safety forum she had stumbled upon earlier. She crafted a post explaining her situation, sharing her experiences, and asking if anyone else had dealt with similar red flags. Almost immediately, replies began pouring in. One message stood out: "Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is." A friend of mine had a similar experience with a guy she met online. He was charming at first, but turned out to be someone entirely different. Be careful. As she read through the thread, Anna's heart sank further. Women shared their stories, detailing encounters with men who initially seemed perfect but had turned possessive, manipulative, or worse. Each story echoed her own feelings of doubt and fear, fueling her determination to uncover Daniel's truth. The next day, while scrolling through social media, she noticed a post from Daniel that made her pause. It was a picture of him with a group of friends at a local bar, celebrating someone's birthday. Her heart sank when she recognized one of the women in the picture. She looked familiar, but not from Daniel's profile. After a moment, it clicked. It was a woman she had seen in the comments on Daniel's posts. Feeling the unease bubbling back to the surface, Anna clicked on the woman's profile. Scrolling through her pictures, she noticed several posts with Daniel. Hiking trips, group outings, and even a few flirtatious comments that hinted at a closeness between them that made Anna's skin crawl. Fueled by adrenaline, Anna quickly messaged the woman, introducing herself and explaining her connection to Daniel. "I noticed you and Daniel seem to know each other pretty well," she typed, her fingers shaking slightly. "I've been seeing him for a little while, and I just want to know if you have any insight about him." She hit send, her heart pounding. After a few agonizing minutes, the woman replied, "Yeah, we've hung out a few times. He's a fun guy, but honestly, I've heard some strange things about him too. Just be careful. You never know what someone's really like." Anna's heart raced as she read the message. The vague warning sent chills down her spine, reinforcing everything she feared. Who was Daniel really? Determined to confront him, she decided to approach the situation carefully. That evening, she invited him over to her apartment for dinner, hoping to create a relaxed atmosphere to address her concerns. As they sat on her couch, sharing a homemade meal, the conversation flowed easily. Daniel shared stories about his recent photography adventures while Anna nodded along, her mind racing with uncertainty. She could feel the tension building inside her, but she forced herself to stay calm. "Daniel," she began, hesitating for a moment. "I've been thinking a lot about trust lately. I feel like it's really important in any relationship." He looked at her, a smile on his face. "Of course, trust is everything." "Right," she said, her heart pounding. "And I just want to make sure we're being open and honest with each other. There are some things I'm curious about." Daniel tilted his head slightly, his expression shifting to one of mild concern. "What do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Anna decided to dive in. "I came across some photos of you with a few women on social media. I just want to know what your intentions are. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything, but I think it's important to be upfront." For a brief moment, Daniel's smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He cleared his throat. "Oh, those are just friends. I have a lot of friends and, you know how it is. Sometimes things can look more than they are." "But they seemed close." Anna pressed gently, gauging his reaction. "I just want to make sure there are no secrets between us." Daniel leaned back on the couch, his expression shifting to one of guarded calm. "I promise, I'm not hiding anything from you. You're the only one I want to be with right now." His words hung in the air, but Anna could see a shift in his demeanor. There was an intensity in his gaze that made her uncomfortable. "Okay," she said slowly, trying to maintain her composure. "I just hope you understand how important honesty is to me." "Of course," he replied, his voice steady, but there was a slight edge to his tone. "I wouldn't want to jeopardize what we have." After that evening, Anna felt a mix of relief and uncertainty. While she had confronted Daniel, she still sensed that he was holding something back. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was more than just a charming guy. He was a puzzle with missing pieces. Days passed, and Anna continued to keep her guard up. Each encounter with Daniel became a balance of enjoyment and caution. Though he remained charming and attentive, the nagging doubts in her mind only intensified. One evening, while scrolling through a local news site, Anna stumbled upon a headline that made her heart stop. Online dating scams on the rise. Protect yourself. Her pulse quickened as she clicked through the article, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. The article detailed the dangers of online dating, warning readers about men who created false identities to manipulate women. The red flags matched her own experiences with Daniel, leaving her with an icy grip of fear. That night, she lay in bed, unable to shake the overwhelming sensation of being trapped. The man who had once felt like a breath of fresh air now felt like a looming shadow. She needed to decide what to do next. Could she trust him? Should she confront him again? And if he truly was a danger, how could she protect herself without igniting a confrontation? With every passing moment, Anna felt more ensnared in a web of uncertainty. The man she had fallen for might just be the very danger she feared, and she was running out of time to find out the truth before it was too late. The next few days dragged on like an eternity for Anna. The weight of uncertainty pressed heavily on her, making her second-guess every interaction she had with Daniel. While he continued to show her kindness and affection, she could no longer ignore the growing doubts that clouded her mind. It felt as if she was walking a tightrope, balancing her emotions while the ground below threatened to crumble. That Friday, Anna decided to take control. After work, she met up with Emily for drinks, hoping to share her concerns and gain a fresh perspective. As they settled into a cozy booth at their favorite bar, Anna took a deep breath, ready to spill everything that had been weighing on her. "Okay, so I need to talk to you about Daniel," she began, her voice laced with anxiety. Emily raised an eyebrow, sensing the seriousness of the conversation. "What's going on?" Anna recounted everything: the sweet moments, the growing connection, and the unsettling signs that had begun to surface. She told Emily about the photos she had seen and the vague warnings from the women online. With each word, Anna felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if unburdening herself could somehow provide clarity. Emily listened intently, her expression shifting from concern to outright alarm. "Anna, this sounds really troubling. Have you talked to him about your feelings?" "I did," Anna replied, running a hand through her hair. "But I feel like he's hiding something. I just can't shake this feeling that there's more beneath the surface." "Trust your instincts," Emily urged, her tone serious. "If you feel uneasy, you have every right to be cautious. You need to keep yourself safe." As the evening progressed, Anna couldn't help but feel empowered by Emily's support. They shared laughs and memories, and for the first time in days, Anna felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she could confront Daniel again and get the answers she desperately needed. Later that night, she received a message from Daniel asking if they could meet for dinner. As her heart raced with both excitement and apprehension, Anna agreed. She chose a quaint Italian restaurant, thinking the intimate setting might help ease the tension between them. When she arrived, Daniel was already waiting, his smile lighting up the dimly lit room. They exchanged hugs and settled into a cozy corner table. As they browsed the menu, Anna noticed how effortlessly he engaged with the staff, charming everyone around him. Yet, beneath the surface, her anxiety bubbled up. She was determined to get to the heart of the matter. After ordering, Anna took a deep breath and looked Daniel in the eye. "Can we talk about something serious?" His smile faltered slightly, replaced by a hint of concern. "Of course. What's on your mind?" "I've been feeling a little uneasy lately," she said, carefully choosing her words. "There are things I need to understand about you. I want us to be open with each other." Daniel leaned back in his chair, his expression shifting to one of guarded calm. "What do you mean by uneasy?" Anna took a moment to gather her thoughts. "It's just there have been some inconsistencies that I can't ignore. I've seen some photos and comments that have left me feeling confused. I want to know where we really stand." For a moment, silence filled the air, thick with tension. Daniel's gaze hardened slightly, and for the first time, Anna saw a flicker of something darker in his eyes. "Anna, I promise you, those photos are nothing. I have a lot of friends, and sometimes things can look misleading. But that's just it, she pressed, her heart racing. I feel like there's something you're not telling me. I need to know who you really are. His expression shifted from concern to annoyance, and Anna felt her pulse quicken. Why would you even think that? He shot back, his voice low. Because I care about you, and I want to be sure, she replied, trying to maintain her composure. If we're going to move forward, I need to trust you. Daniel's demeanor changed completely. The warm, charming man she had come to know seemed to vanish, replaced by someone more intense and unsettling. Trust is a two-way street, Anna. If you keep digging, you're going to find things you might not like. The warning hung in the air, and Anna's heart raced. Was he threatening her? The tension between them crackled, and for the first time, she felt a genuine fear creeping in. She had opened a door she wasn't sure she could close. I'm not trying to dig into your past, she said carefully, searching for a way to defuse the situation. I just want honesty. That's all. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Honesty can be complicated, Anna. You might not want to hear everything. As he spoke, she felt a chill run down her spine. The confident, charming man she had fallen for was being replaced by someone she barely recognized. The reality of her situation hit her like a ton of bricks. She was in deeper than she had realized, and the man sitting across from her might not be the one she thought. I think I need some space, she finally said, her voice trembling slightly. I just need time to think. Daniel's expression hardened. You're overreacting, Anna. You don't even know me well enough to make these assumptions. I'm trying to understand you, she replied, feeling the weight of her vulnerability. But I can't shake this feeling that you're hiding something from me. As the evening wore on, Anna felt the air between them grow heavier. Daniel's charm had turned into something more menacing, and she realized she was sitting across from a man whose true nature was still shrouded in mystery. When dinner ended, they walked outside into the cool night air. The tension hung between them like a storm cloud, ready to burst. As they approached her car, Daniel reached for her hand, but Anna instinctively pulled away. Anna, he said, his tone shifting back to a softer pitch, but there was an edge that sent alarm bells ringing in her head. Don't shut me out. We can work through this. I just need time, she reiterated, feeling her resolve strengthen. I need to think about everything we talked about. Daniel's smile returned, but it felt forced, like a mask he was trying to wear. You're making a mistake. I want to be with you, but I can't promise to wait forever. With those words, he turned and walked away, leaving Anna standing by her car, heart racing and mind racing even faster. As she drove home, her thoughts swirled in a chaotic dance. She knew she had to take action to protect herself from whatever this situation had become. She reached out to Emily, asking to meet up the next day. She needed a friend to help her navigate the storm brewing in her heart. That night, Anna couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, visions of Daniel flickered in her mind, but they were marred by shadows of doubt. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was on the edge of something dangerous, and the only way to survive was to face the truth head-on. The next morning arrived with a heavy sense of dread that settled in Anna's chest. After the confrontation with Daniel, she felt more determined than ever to uncover the truth, but also terrified of what that truth might reveal. She met Emily at their usual coffee shop, a warm refuge in the midst of her storm. As soon as Anna sat down, Emily could see the turmoil in her friend's eyes. You look like you've seen a ghost, she said, her tone serious. I feel like I'm living in one, Anna replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I confronted Daniel last night. It did not go well. What happened? Emily leaned in, her concern palpable. Anna recounted the dinner, sharing how Daniel's demeanor shifted from charming to menacing. I just can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something from me. I don't know what to do. Have you thought about doing a deeper background check? Emily suggested. There are ways to find out more about him, even if he doesn't want to share. The idea sent a wave of relief and apprehension through Anna. It was a practical solution, but it also felt invasive. What if I find something I can't handle? She asked, her heart racing. Or what if you find something that saves you? Emily countered. You deserve to know the truth. Whatever it is, you can handle it. After their conversation, Anna felt a renewed sense of determination. She couldn't let fear dictate her actions any longer. That afternoon, She sat down at her computer, heart pounding as she began searching for information on Daniel. She used every resource she could think of: search engines, social media, even people search websites. With each click, she felt a mix of dread and anticipation. After an hour of searching, she finally stumbled upon a profile that stopped her cold. A news article dated just a year prior. The headline read, "Local woman claims she was stalked by online dating profile." As she read the article, Anna's breath caught in her throat. The woman described a man who had charmed her online before turning possessive and manipulative, tracking her movements and even showing up unannounced at her workplace. The details were eerily familiar, and her heart raced as she read further. The woman's name was Jenna, and the article included her account of how she had finally confronted him after feeling cornered, only for him to deny everything and vanish from her life, until she saw him pop up on another dating site. Anna's stomach turned. This had to be the same Daniel. The pieces were falling into place. Anna's fingers trembled as she typed Jenna's name into the search bar. She found her social media profiles and sent a message, explaining her situation and asking if she could talk. The wait felt like an eternity, but just as the sun began to set, Jenna replied, "Yes, let's talk. I want to help." They arranged a call for later that evening. As Anna paced her apartment, anticipation and fear mingled in her chest. She needed to know what Jenna had experienced, and if Daniel truly was as dangerous as she feared. When the call finally connected, Jenna's voice came through clearly, strong yet tinged with the pain of her past. Anna introduced herself, her heart racing. "I've been seeing a guy named Daniel," she began, bracing herself for Jenna's reaction. "I think he might be the same person who—" "Yes," Jenna interrupted, her voice firm. "That's him. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. He has a pattern. I was lucky to get away before it escalated too far." "Can you tell me what happened?" Anna asked, her voice shaking. Jenna hesitated for a moment before recounting her story. The charm, the attention that turned into obsession, the fear that gripped her life as Daniel became increasingly possessive. As she spoke, Anna's heart sank. The man she had been falling for was indeed hiding something dark and dangerous. "He can seem like the perfect guy," Jenna warned, "but when he feels threatened or questioned, that's when he shows his true colors. Trust your instincts. You need to get away from him." As the conversation wrapped up, Anna felt a strange mix of gratitude and horror. Jenna had validated her fears, but now she had to face the truth head-on. Daniel was not the man she thought he was. He was a predator. After hanging up, Anna felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She needed to break free before it was too late. But how? Confronting him again felt like a risk, yet staying silent felt even more dangerous. That night, she texted Daniel, asking to meet one last time. She needed closure, but deep down, she knew she had to be ready for whatever might unfold. When they met at a park the next day, the atmosphere felt charged, the sun casting long shadows across the grass. Daniel arrived, his demeanor relaxed and charming as ever, but Anna could see a flicker of something beneath the surface. "Hey, I'm glad we could meet," he said, flashing a smile. "I've missed you." "Daniel, we need to talk," she replied, her heart pounding in her chest. He tilted his head, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "About what?" "I've been doing some thinking," she began, feeling a surge of determination. "I found out some things about you, things I can't ignore anymore." His expression shifted subtly, tension creeping into his posture. "What do you mean?" "I spoke to someone," Anna said, her voice steady. "Someone who had a past with you. I need to know the truth." For a moment, silence fell between them, the air thick with unspoken words. Daniel's eyes narrowed slightly, and Anna could see the gears turning in his mind. "You shouldn't believe everything you hear," he finally said, a forced smile plastered on his face. "People twist stories. It's not what it seems." "But it is what it seems," Anna insisted, her voice firm. "You've been lying to me. I can't trust you anymore." His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. "You think you know everything, don't you? You think you could just walk away from this?" "Yes, I can, and I will," she declared, her heart racing as adrenaline coursed through her veins. "I won't be another victim." As the tension escalated, Daniel stepped closer, an unsettling intensity radiating from him. "You're making a mistake, Anna. You don't know what you're dealing with." In that moment, Anna felt a rush of fear, but also clarity. She was standing on the edge of a precipice, and there was no turning back. "I know enough," she said, her voice unwavering. "I'm not afraid of you." Daniel's expression darkened, but Anna held her ground. She could see the mask slipping, the charming facade cracking. "You think you can threaten me? You have no idea who I am." "I know exactly who you are," Anna replied, her voice steady. "And I won't let you manipulate me anymore." With that, she turned and walked away, each step feeling like a defiant victory. Behind her, she could sense Daniel's anger simmering, but she refused to look back. She felt the weight lift from her shoulders as she walked away from the danger that had once captivated her. In the days that followed, Anna focused on healing and reclaiming her life. She surrounded herself with supportive friends and rediscovered her passions. With each passing day, she felt stronger, more in control. And as she moved forward, she carried with her a newfound sense of empowerment. The experience had taught her invaluable lessons about trust, intuition, and the importance of protecting oneself. Though the shadows of her past lingered, Anna knew she was free. She had faced the darkness and emerged into the light, ready to embrace whatever came next. And in that realization, she found hope. As she settled into her routine, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had turned a corner. The dangerous man she had met online was now a distant memory, and she was ready to write a new chapter in her life. One that was filled with genuine connections and, most importantly, self-love. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. In the quaint little town of Maplewood, where the streets were lined with cherry blossom trees and neighbors knew each other by name, the Thompson family had just moved into a charming Victorian house that had seen better days. The house, with its creaky floors and peeling wallpaper, held a certain allure for 12-year-old Lucy Thompson. It was a place where her imagination could run wild, and she felt that adventure was just waiting to be discovered. Lucy was a curious girl, often daydreaming about secret passages and hidden treasures. Her parents, Sarah and Tom, were busy unpacking boxes, their voices mingling with the sounds of tape being ripped and furniture being rearranged. Lucy decided to explore the house on her own, eager to uncover its mysteries. She wandered through the dusty rooms, her footsteps echoing softly against the hardwood floors. Each room had its own character, filled with memories of families who had lived there before. Lucy peered into the old kitchen, with its vintage stove and tarnished silverware, and then into the living room, where a large fireplace sat dormant, waiting for winter nights filled with warmth and laughter. As she made her way up the narrow staircase, Lucy felt a thrill of excitement. At the top, she was greeted by a long hallway lined with doors. Most were closed, but one door at the end of the hallway caught her attention. It was slightly ajar, and a sliver of light peeked through the crack. She approached cautiously, her heart racing with anticipation. Pushing the door open, she found a small, dimly lit room that seemed to be an old storage space. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the soft light filtering through a grimy window. Boxes were piled haphazardly against the walls, and cobwebs clung to the corners like forgotten memories. But it wasn't the clutter that intrigued her. It was the wooden staircase leading down into darkness. Where does that go? She wondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. Ignoring the creeping sense of unease, Lucy stepped cautiously down the stairs. The air grew cooler as she descended, and the faint scent of mildew filled her nostrils. With each step, the darkness enveloped her, and she felt a mix of thrill and apprehension. When she reached the bottom, Lucy flicked on her flashlight, the beam cutting through the shadows. She was in a small, hidden room that felt like it had been untouched for years. The walls were lined with shelves filled with dusty books and strange artifacts. There were old toys, a broken clock, and an assortment of knickknacks that seemed to whisper stories of the past. In the corner, a large trunk caught her eye. It was locked, but the intricate design on its surface hinted at secrets waiting to be revealed. Lucy's fingers brushed against the cool metal, and her imagination ignited. What could be inside? Gold coins? Ancient maps? The possibilities were endless. Suddenly, she heard a noise from above, her parents calling her for dinner. The spell was broken, and she knew she had to return. But as she climbed back up the stairs, she couldn't shake the feeling that this hidden room was just the beginning of something much bigger. At dinner, Lucy tried to tell her parents about her discovery, but they were preoccupied with unpacking and settling in. They smiled at her enthusiasm, but seemed more interested in the box of dishes than the secrets of the house. Frustrated but undeterred, Lucy finished her meal and excused herself, eager to return to the hidden room. Later that night, while her parents were watching television, Lucy slipped away to the staircase. The house creaked around her, and the shadows seemed to stretch as she descended into the hidden realm. She was alone, and the quiet was both comforting and eerie. With her flashlight in hand, Lucy began to explore the room more thoroughly. The shelves were lined with dusty tomes, some with strange titles that intrigued her: The Secrets of Alchemy, Whispers of the Past, and Forgotten Myths. She pulled one from the shelf and blew off the dust, revealing an intricate cover adorned with symbols she couldn't recognize. Just then, something caught her eye, a glimmer from the trunk in the corner. Heart pounding, she rushed over and examined it closely. The trunk was still locked, but there was something strange about it. A faint glow emanated from the cracks. "What is this?" she whispered, her pulse racing. With a determined grip, she tugged at the lock, but it wouldn't budge. Disappointed but not willing to give up, she glanced around the room, hoping for some kind of clue. As she searched, her flashlight flickered, and she felt a chill race down her spine. Something was not right in this hidden space, and her instincts told her that whatever lay within that trunk was meant to be kept secret. But Lucy was driven by a thirst for adventure that couldn't be quenched. She decided then and there that she would find a way to unlock the trunk and uncover the mysteries it held. As she turned to leave, she noticed a small piece of paper tucked into a crack in the wall. Curious, she pulled it out and unfolded it. It was an old, yellowed map of the house, with a large X marked right where she stood. Could there be more hidden rooms? She thought, excitement bubbling within her. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lucy vowed to explore every inch of the house, determined to unveil its secrets. Little did she know that her adventure was just beginning, and the hidden room under the stairs would lead her down a path she never expected. One filled with intrigue, danger, and a discovery that would change her life forever. The next day, Lucy could barely focus on school. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of the hidden room under the stairs and the mysterious trunk that had captured her imagination. Each lesson felt like an eternity, and her friends' chatter faded into background noise. She couldn't wait to return home and delve deeper into her discovery. When the final bell rang, Lucy raced home, her heart pounding with anticipation. She dashed through the front door and straight to the stairs, her parents still busy with unpacking in the living room. As she descended into the dimly lit space, the familiar scent of dust and mildew enveloped her like an old friend. Lucy flipped on her flashlight, illuminating the room once more. The atmosphere felt charged with possibilities. She approached the trunk again, determination coursing through her veins. This time, she examined it more closely, searching for any signs of how to open it. Her eyes scanned the ornate design, and she noticed a series of strange symbols etched along the edges, symbols that seemed to match some of those in the old book she had found earlier. Perhaps the book contained the key to unlocking the trunk. With renewed enthusiasm, Lucy grabbed the dusty tome and settled into a corner of the hidden room. As she opened the book, she was greeted by pages filled with intricate illustrations and passages that seemed to speak to her. One section caught her eye: The Art of Unlocking the Past. The text discussed ancient keys and codes that could reveal secrets, using symbols and numbers as a guide. Lucy flipped through the pages, her heart racing. Could these symbols on the trunk be part of a code? She carefully traced the symbols with her finger, comparing them to the illustrations in the book. Slowly, a connection began to form in her mind. If she could decipher the symbols, she might just find a way to unlock the trunk. Hours passed as Lucy immersed herself in the book. She took notes, sketching out the symbols and trying to find patterns. The thrill of discovery consumed her, but she also felt a tinge of unease. What if the trunk contained something dangerous, or something that should remain hidden? Just then, her phone buzzed, jolting her from her thoughts. It was a message from Emily, her best friend. "Hey, want to hang out?" Lucy hesitated. She wanted to say yes, but the mystery of the trunk was too compelling. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Can't. Found something cool at home. Maybe later." Feeling a mix of guilt and excitement, Lucy returned her focus to the book. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the room, she felt a surge of determination. She would not leave until she had unlocked the trunk. With renewed focus, she studied the symbols again. She realized that each symbol had a corresponding number based on its position in the alphabet. A surge of excitement coursed through her as she wrote down the numbers next to each symbol. She felt the room around her grow colder, as if the air itself was thickening with anticipation. Was it just her imagination, or did she sense something watching her? Shaking off the feeling, Lucy focused on the task at hand. She had to try to unlock the trunk. Taking a deep breath, she returned to the trunk, heart racing. The lock had a small keyhole that looked like it could fit something, but there was no visible way to open it. She took the numbers she had deciphered and began to tap them in a sequence on the lock, hoping against hope that this would work. 1-4-3-7. She felt a click as she turned the last number. The trunk trembled slightly, as if responding to her touch. Could it be? She thought, her excitement building. With a final twist, the lock released with a soft, satisfying sound. Lucy's heart raced as she lifted the heavy lid of the trunk, her flashlight beam cutting through the shadows inside. What lay within would reveal secrets that had been hidden for years. Inside the trunk, she found a collection of old letters tied with a faded ribbon, an ornate music box, and a small, intricately carved wooden box that seemed to glow softly in the dim light. Lucy's fingers trembled with excitement as she reached for the letters first, carefully untying the ribbon. As she unfolded the first letter, the handwriting was elegant, yet it carried a weight of sadness. The letter spoke of lost love and dreams abandoned, written by someone named Eleanor. Lucy's heart ached as she read about Eleanor's longing for a life that never came to be, filled with references to someone named William, who seemed to have been a significant figure in her life. The letters told a story of love, betrayal, and secrets, each one revealing more about Eleanor's life and the choices she had made. Lucy became engrossed, losing track of time as the sun dipped below the horizon. But the deeper she delved into the letters, the more she began to sense a dark undertone. Mentions of strange occurrences, whispers of shadows lurking in corners, and an unshakable feeling of being watched. Her heart raced with a mix of excitement and fear. What had Eleanor experienced? Did it have something to do with the house itself? After reading several letters, Lucy carefully placed them back in the trunk and turned her attention to the wooden box. It was beautifully crafted, with swirling patterns carved into its surface. She couldn't resist the urge to open it. As she lifted the lid, a soft music began to play, a haunting melody that echoed through the hidden room. The sound sent shivers down her spine, but she couldn't help but be captivated. Inside, nestled in soft fabric, was a small, delicate locket. Lucy picked it up, feeling its weight in her palm. As she opened the locket, she gasped. There were two miniature portraits, one of a beautiful young woman with flowing hair and a bright smile, the other of a handsome young man whose gaze was intense and filled with longing. The music continued to play softly, and Lucy felt an inexplicable connection to the faces staring back at her. Were they Eleanor and William? Had their love story become entwined with the secrets of this house? Just then, she heard a noise from above, a familiar sound that pulled her from her reverie. It was her parents, calling her for dinner. Reluctantly, she placed the locket back in the box and closed the lid, the music fading into silence. She couldn't believe how much she had discovered in such a short time. As she ascended the stairs, Lucy's mind raced with questions. What had happened to Eleanor and William? And why had their story been hidden away in this trunk? After dinner, Lucy lay in bed, the music box's melody echoing in her mind. She felt a strange sense of purpose, a need to uncover the truth behind the letters and the hidden room. As she drifted off to sleep, her dreams were filled with images of the past, whispers of long-forgotten love, and the shadows that seemed to linger in the corners of her mind. Tomorrow, she decided, she would continue her exploration. She would dig deeper into the history of the house and discover the secrets that had been buried for so long. The hidden room under the stairs had unlocked something within her, a thirst for adventure that was only beginning to awaken. The morning light streamed through Lucy's window, awakening her with a sense of urgency. She sprang out of bed, excitement bubbling within her. The trunk held secrets she needed to uncover, and she felt that today would bring her closer to the truth about Eleanor and William. After breakfast, she decided to visit the local library, hoping to find more information about her home's history. As she walked through the streets of Maplewood, Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed. Every now and then, she glanced over her shoulder, but the streets were quiet, and the cherry blossom trees swayed gently in the breeze. The picturesque town, with its quaint shops and friendly neighbors, seemed a world away from the mystery she was unraveling. Upon arriving at the library, she was greeted by Mrs. Dawson, the elderly librarian, with silver hair tied in a neat bun. "Good morning, Lucy. What brings you here today?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I'm looking for information about my house," Lucy replied, her heart racing with anticipation. "It's an old Victorian, and I think there might be some interesting stories connected to it." Mrs. Dawson nodded knowingly. "Ah, the Thompsons' new place. A lovely old home. Many families have lived there over the years, but I believe there are some tales worth uncovering." She led Lucy to the local history section, where rows of books filled with dusty pages awaited her exploration. Lucy scanned the titles, her fingers brushing over the spines as she searched for something that might lead her to Eleanor and William. Finally, she pulled out a book titled The Legends of Maplewood. Flipping through the pages, Lucy found a chapter dedicated to the town's historic homes. Her heart raced as she read about the Victorian houses and their original inhabitants. Then, she stumbled upon a passage that made her pulse quicken. The Thompson house, built in the late 1800s, was home to Eleanor Wright, a young woman known for her beauty and grace. She fell in love with a local artist named William Reed. Their romance blossomed until tragedy struck, shrouding their love in mystery and sorrow. Lucy's breath caught in her throat. This was exactly what she was searching for. She read on, absorbing every detail about Eleanor's life, her hopes, and her dreams, until one fateful night when William mysteriously disappeared. The passage mentioned whispered rumors of a hidden room in the house, where Eleanor was said to have kept her memories alive. What happened to them? Lucy whispered to herself, captivated by the story unfolding before her. As she continued reading, she learned that Eleanor had become a recluse after William's disappearance, spending her days in sorrow and solitude. She wrote countless letters to him, but they were never sent, remaining hidden in the trunk Lucy had found. The townspeople speculated that Eleanor had gone mad, speaking to shadows and seeing visions of William in the corners of her home. Feeling a sense of urgency, Lucy checked the library's archives, hoping to find old newspapers that might shed light on the mystery. After searching through stacks of brittle pages, she found an article dated a week after William's disappearance. It read, "Local artist vanishes mysteriously. Residents are baffled by the sudden disappearance of William Reed. Friends claim he was last seen near the Thompson house, where he often visited his beloved Eleanor. Rumors swirl of a tragic love affair turned sinister, leaving the town on edge." A chill ran down Lucy's spine. Was it possible that the love story she was unraveling had taken a darker turn? What really happened that night? The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit, but Lucy knew she needed more information. Returning home, Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that she was getting closer to the truth. She entered the hidden room, where the trunk still sat, beckoning her to uncover its secrets. She carefully placed the book in the newspaper clipping beside the letters, and as she did, she noticed something strange. One of the shelves seemed slightly ajar. Curiosity piqued, Lucy approached the shelf and pushed against it. To her surprise, it swung open, revealing a narrow space behind it. Her heart raced as she peered into the darkness. Was this another hidden room, or perhaps a passage leading to even more secrets? Taking a deep breath, Lucy squeezed through the opening. The air was thick with dust, and the walls felt cold to the touch. As she stepped inside, her flashlight illuminated what appeared to be a small, cluttered storage area filled with old furniture, boxes, and a worn-out rocking chair. In the corner, she spotted a large, ornate mirror partially covered in dust. As she brushed away the grime, the reflection staring back at her seemed almost ethereal. Lucy could feel a strange energy radiating from the mirror, as if it were a portal to another time. With trembling hands, she reached out to touch it, and as her fingers made contact, a wave of emotion washed over her. Memories, echoes of laughter, and whispers of love seemed to seep through the glass. She gasped as a vision formed in her mind. Eleanor and William standing before the mirror, their love shining bright and untainted. Suddenly, the mirror cracked, and the vision shattered, leaving Lucy breathless. What had just happened? Had she glimpsed a moment from the past? Lucy stumbled back, her heart pounding. The mirror seemed to have absorbed some of the energy from the hidden room. But what did it all mean? She couldn't shake the feeling that she was on the brink of a revelation. Determined to learn more, she examined the items scattered around the small storage area. Old letters, faded photographs, and forgotten trinkets lay strewn about. Among them, Lucy found another letter, this one addressed to Eleanor, but with no return address. As she unfolded it, her breath caught in her throat. The handwriting was familiar, but the tone was different. It spoke of longing, regret, and a promise to return. The writer mentioned a hidden place where they could meet again, a secret that only they would understand. Lucy's heart raced as she absorbed the words. Was this another letter from William? The thought sent shivers down her spine. She had to find out where this hidden place was. What if it held the key to their tragic love story? Just then, she heard a sound from upstairs, a soft thud that pulled her from her thoughts. Her parents were calling for her again, and the urgency of the moment washed over her. She knew she couldn't linger any longer. Clutching the letter tightly, Lucy hurried back through the narrow passage and up the stairs. As she reached the main floor, the weight of the discovery settled in her chest. She had unearthed a tapestry of emotions and a story that demanded to be told. That night, as she lay in bed, the events of the day replayed in her mind. The mirror, the letter, the connection to Eleanor and William. It was all too much to process. But one thing was clear, she couldn't turn back now. She needed to uncover the hidden place mentioned in the letter, to piece together the remnants of a love story that had been lost to time. As she closed her eyes, Lucy felt the pull of the past drawing her in. Tomorrow, she would begin a new quest, one that would take her deeper into the heart of the house's secrets and uncover the truth of what had happened so long ago. The sun rose with a bright promise, illuminating the world outside Lucy's window. Yet her mind was clouded with the mysteries she was about to unravel. Today would be different. Today, she would seek out the hidden place referenced in the letter, determined to connect the dots of Eleanor and William's tragic love story. After breakfast, Lucy grabbed the letter, the book on her home's history, and her trusty flashlight, a sense of purpose propelling her forward. She needed a plan. The letter had hinted at a location that was significant to Eleanor and William, but it offered no specific clues. All she had were the remnants of their past and her unwavering curiosity. The first step was to revisit the hidden room and thoroughly examine the letters again. As she descended the stairs, she felt the familiar thrill of anticipation mixed with an undercurrent of fear. What if the hidden place revealed something sinister? What if it led her to a darker truth than she was prepared for? Back in the hidden room, Lucy spread the letters out before her, each one a piece of a puzzle that demanded to be solved. She reread the letter that mentioned the hidden place, searching for any context that might suggest its location. Where the old oak stands, beneath the stars' watchful gaze. The phrase echoed in her mind, igniting a spark of recognition. The town park. It was home to a massive oak tree, a beloved landmark where the children of Maplewood often played. Lucy's heart raced. Could it be that this oak held the key to Eleanor and William's secret meeting place? Without wasting another moment, she slipped the letter into her pocket and raced outside. The park was just a few blocks away, and her footsteps quickened with excitement. When she arrived, the park was alive with the sounds of laughter and play. Families gathered for picnics, children chased one another, and the sun cast a golden glow over everything. But Lucy's focus was singular. She needed to find that oak tree. spotting it in the distance, a majestic figure standing tall among the smaller trees. Lucy made her way through the crowd. The oak was ancient, its gnarled branches sprawling in every direction. As she approached, she felt a sense of reverence wash over her. This tree had witnessed generations of life, joy, and perhaps sorrow. Lucy walked around the oak, examining its massive trunk. The bark was rough beneath her fingertips, and she could sense a history embedded in its very fibers. But where could the hidden place be? She remembered the letter's mention of stars and gazes. Kneeling beside the tree, Lucy began to inspect the ground, brushing away leaves and dirt. Her heart pounded as she dug her fingers into the soil, searching for something, anything, that might lead her to the next clue. Just then, her fingers grazed against something solid. She quickly brushed away more dirt, revealing a small metal box, weathered and rusted but unmistakably there. Trembling with anticipation, Lucy pulled it free and held it in her hands. The box was adorned with the same intricate symbols she had seen on the trunk in the hidden room. This was no coincidence. This was another piece of the puzzle. Carefully, she examined the lock, feeling a rush of hope. Could it be unlocked like the trunk? Using the knowledge she had gleaned from the letters, Lucy attempted to open the box, her heart racing as she tapped the sequence of symbols into the lock. The familiar click filled the air, and she felt a surge of triumph as she lifted the lid. Inside the box lay a collection of mementos, faded photographs, dried flowers, and a small journal. Lucy's hands trembled as she picked up the journal, its leather cover worn with age. Flipping it open, she was greeted by Eleanor's elegant handwriting, each word a testament to the love she had for William. The journal was filled with entries chronicling their time together, their dreams, and the moments that had defined their love. But as Lucy read deeper, she began to sense a shift. The tone turned darker, filled with Eleanor's fears and doubts about William's intentions. "Will he return to me?" One entry read. "The shadows grow longer, and whispers fill the air. I fear the darkness will take him from me." Lucy felt a chill run down her spine. Had Eleanor known something terrible was coming? The final entry sent shivers through her. "If I must wait for him beneath the oak, I will. The stars will guide him home." Lucy's breath caught in her throat. The oak tree. Eleanor had waited for William here. But why hadn't he come back? Suddenly, a voice broke her concentration. "Lucy, what are you doing?" Startled, Lucy turned to see Emily approaching, a curious look on her face. "I didn't know you were coming here. Is that?" She pointed to the box in Lucy's hands. Lucy hesitated, glancing back at the oak. She felt an overwhelming urge to share the story with her best friend. "It's a long story," she replied, her heart pounding, "but I think I've uncovered something important." As she recounted her discoveries, Emily listened intently, her eyes wide with fascination. "This is like a mystery novel. Can I help you?" Lucy smiled, feeling the weight of the secrets lighten slightly. "I'd love that. Together, we can find out what happened to Eleanor and William." The two friends began to explore the area around the oak tree, searching for any more clues. Lucy shared the letters and the journal, and Emily offered suggestions on how to piece everything together. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the park began to empty. Lucy and Emily found themselves alone beneath the ancient oak, surrounded by the echoes of the past. They felt the urgency of their quest. Eleanor's story demanded to be told. Suddenly, Lucy's flashlight flickered on and off. "What's happening?" she wondered aloud, feeling an unsettling chill creep into the air. Emily glanced around, her expression turning serious. "Maybe we should head back," Emily suggested, but Lucy felt an unshakable urge to stay. "I need to know more," she insisted. Just then, as if responding to her determination, a gust of wind swept through the park, rustling the leaves of the oak. The air seemed charged, and Lucy could almost hear whispers swirling around them. "Do you feel that?" Lucy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Emily nodded, her eyes wide. "It's like the tree is alive." The whispers grew louder, almost forming words. Lucy strained to listen, her heart racing. "Eleanor? William?" she called out, feeling a strange connection to the past. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the edge of her flashlight beam. Both girls jumped back, startled. What was that? Emily gasped. Before Lucy could respond, a soft, ethereal glow appeared near the oak tree, illuminating the area in a warm light. The glow pulsed like a heartbeat, and Lucy felt an irresistible pull toward it. "Lucy, wait!" Emily cried. But Lucy was already moving closer to the light, her curiosity overpowering her caution. As she reached the glow, she could see shapes forming within it. Figures intertwined with the essence of the oak, shadows that seemed to dance and sway. And then, she saw them, two silhouettes, hand in hand, gazing longingly at one another. "Eleanor? William?" Lucy whispered, her heart racing with disbelief. The figures turned toward her, their features becoming clearer. Eleanor appeared just as she had in the journal, beautiful and radiant, while William stood beside her, his expression a mix of love and sorrow. Lucy's breath hitched as she realized she was witnessing a moment from their past, a fragment of their love that had transcended time. "Help us," Eleanor's voice echoed, soft yet commanding. "What do you mean?" Lucy stammered, feeling the weight of their gaze. "Finish what we could not," William added, his eyes filled with desperation. "Find the truth hidden beneath the shadows." Before Lucy could respond, the light flickered and dimmed, and the figures began to dissolve into the air, leaving only the echoes of their voices behind. "Lucy, come back," Emily shouted, tugging at her arm. With one last look at the fading light, Lucy felt a rush of determination flood her veins. She would not let their story end here. As the park grew dark, Lucy and Emily made their way back home, the weight of the evening's revelations heavy on their hearts. Eleanor and William's plea resonated within them, urging them to uncover the truth. Tonight, Lucy vowed she would dive deeper into the letters and the journal, ready to connect the final threads of the story that had captivated her. The shadows of the past were calling, and she was determined to answer. The night draped itself over Maplewood like a shroud, heavy with the weight of secrets yet to be uncovered. Lucy sat at her desk, the journal open before her, illuminated only by the flickering light of a single candle. The warmth from the flame felt comforting against the chill that lingered in the air, but her heart raced with anticipation and dread. As she read through Eleanor's entries again, she felt more connected to the past than ever. Each word pulsated with emotion, revealing the depth of Eleanor's love and the torment of her fears. The journal was a bridge to a time long gone, and Lucy was determined to cross it. "Help us find the truth hidden beneath the shadows." The ethereal plea echoed in her mind, urging her to delve deeper. What did Eleanor and William want her to uncover? Determined, she focused on the last entry that spoke of the oak tree. There had to be more to their story, more than just the tragic end that had left both of them lost in time. As she flipped through the pages, a folded piece of paper slipped from between the leaves. It was a map, sketched in Eleanor's delicate handwriting. It marked several locations around Maplewood, with the oak tree circled prominently. Could this lead to something significant? Lucy murmured, heart racing as she studied the map. She recognized a few places marked on it. The old church at the end of Main Street, a small creek that wound its way through the town, and the abandoned mill on the outskirts. Each of these sites had their own history, but how did they connect to Eleanor and William? With newfound resolve, Lucy decided she would visit each location, starting with the church. It had always been a place of solace for the townsfolk, and she felt it might hold the key to understanding the community's past, and perhaps the couple's as well. The next morning, Lucy set out, the map tucked safely in her pocket. The church stood tall, its spire piercing the sky, casting a shadow that seemed to envelop her as she approached. As she pushed open the heavy wooden doors, she was greeted by a serene silence. Inside, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, painting the pews in vibrant hues. Lucy wandered through the nave, her footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. In her mind, she pictured Eleanor sitting here, perhaps praying for William's return. As she approached the altar, a dusty old book caught her eye. It was a guest book filled with names and messages of love, loss, and hope. She flipped through the pages until she reached a familiar name, William Reed. Her heart raced as she read his entry dated just days before his disappearance. "I promise to return to my love, no matter the cost," it read. The words dripped with desperation, and Lucy felt a lump form in her throat. What had happened to him, and why had he not returned? Determined to find answers, she turned to leave when she noticed a small door tucked away in the corner. It was ajar, a faint light spilling from within. Curiosity piqued. She pushed it open to reveal a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. "Lucy, be careful," a voice called from behind. Startled, Lucy turned to see Emily, who had followed her to the church, concern etched across her face. "I found something," Lucy whispered, her heart pounding with excitement. Together, they descended the staircase, the air growing colder with each step. At the bottom, they entered a small chamber filled with cobwebs and dust. In the center stood an old chest, locked and untouched for years. "Do you think it could contain more of their story?" Emily asked, her eyes wide with intrigue. Lucy knelt beside the chest, tracing her fingers along its surface. "It might be our best chance of finding out what really happened." As she examined the chest, Lucy noticed a symbol carved into the wood, a symbol she recognized from Eleanor's journal. "This must be it," she exclaimed. Using the sequence of symbols from the letters and the journal, Lucy worked the lock. With a satisfying click, the chest creaked open, revealing its contents: letters, a diary, and a small locket. She gingerly lifted the diary, its pages yellowed with age. As she opened it, she felt an immediate connection to Eleanor. The entries detailed her deepening despair after William's disappearance, filled with a longing that echoed through time. But one entry stood out above the rest, a frantic scrawl that caught Lucy's breath. "I've seen the shadows growing closer, and I fear they may take him from me forever. If I cannot reach him, I shall follow him into the darkness." Tears pricked Lucy's eyes as she realized the depths of Eleanor's heartbreak. The shadows she had felt, were they real? Had Eleanor become a prisoner of her grief? Alongside the diary, Lucy discovered the locket, its surface engraved with the initials E and W. She opened it carefully, revealing a tiny portrait of Eleanor and William, their faces full of life and love. "This is incredible," Emily whispered, examining the items in awe. They truly loved each other, but the weight of their tragedy hung heavily in the air. "We have to find a way to help them," Lucy said, determination flooding her voice. "They deserve closure." With the diary and locket in hand, the girls made their way back to the surface. Lucy felt a surge of urgency. She needed to visit the creek next. The map suggested there was a spot there where Eleanor and William had spent time together, a place of happiness amidst the sorrow. The creek babbled softly as they arrived, sunlight dancing on the water's surface. Lucy scanned the area, recalling Eleanor's words about waiting for William beneath the stars. Could there be something hidden here as well? As they walked along the bank, Lucy spotted a cluster of rocks jutting out over the water. Something glimmered beneath the surface. "Look," she called, wading into the cool water. She bent down to investigate and gasped as she pulled a small object from the muck. It was a silver ring, ornate and beautiful. "This must have belonged to William," Lucy exclaimed, holding it up to the light. Emily's eyes widened in disbelief. They were so connected. It's like they were meant to be together. But why was it here? Lucy wondered, her heart heavy with unspoken questions. Just then, she felt a sudden chill in the air, and the wind picked up, swirling around them. The water began to ripple, and Lucy caught sight of movement, a shadow beneath the surface. "Lucy, we should go," Emily urged, but Lucy felt compelled to stay. "No, I need to understand." Suddenly, a vision enveloped her, a vivid flash of Eleanor and William standing by the creek, hands entwined, laughing and dreaming of a future together. But then darkness descended, and William's figure grew distant, fading into shadows. "William!" Eleanor cried, her voice echoing in Lucy's mind. "Do not leave me." Tears streamed down Lucy's face as she witnessed the pain of their separation. The shadows swirled around Eleanor, closing in on her, whispering promises of despair. "Lucy!" Emily shouted, grabbing her arm. "We need to get out of here." With a jolt, Lucy broke free from the vision, the ring clutched tightly in her hand. "You're right, we need to leave," she gasped, feeling the weight of their sorrow heavy in the air. As they hurried away from the creek, Lucy glanced back one last time, feeling the echoes of Eleanor's cries linger in the air. She could not shake the sense that their story was far from over. Their final stop was the abandoned mill, a place that had stood silent for years, forgotten by the town. The structure loomed ahead, its walls crumbling, but Lucy felt a pull toward it, as if it held the last pieces of the puzzle. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with dust and memories. Shadows danced across the walls as they moved cautiously through the space. The echoes of time resonated, and Lucy felt as if she were stepping into the very heart of their history. In the corner of the mill, she spotted a wooden table, and on it lay a faded map. Approaching it, Lucy's heart raced as she recognized it. This was the layout of Maplewood, with several locations marked, including the oak tree and the creek. "What's this?" Emily asked, stepping closer. "This must have been Williams," Lucy whispered, tracing the paths with her fingers. "He must have planned their meetings." As she studied the map, Lucy noticed a small X marked in the woods outside of town. This could be another hidden place, she realized, feeling a surge of adrenaline. "Do you think we should go?" Emily asked, a mix of excitement and fear in her voice. "Yes, this could be where they finally connected," Lucy replied, determination setting in. They left the mill behind and made their way to the woods, following the path marked on the map. As they entered the trees, the atmosphere shifted. The air felt charged with anticipation. After what felt like hours, they reached the marked spot, a clearing surrounded by towering trees, the ground carpeted with soft moss. At the center stood a weathered stone bench, covered in vines and wildflowers. "This must be it," Lucy said, her voice trembling with awe. They approached the bench, and as Lucy placed the ring on it, a feeling of warmth enveloped her, as if the space itself was breathing in recognition. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and Lucy felt the presence of Eleanor and William enveloping them. The shadows that had once haunted them were lifting, giving way to light. "Thank you for bringing us here," Eleanor's voice echoed softly, filled with gratitude. "You have freed our spirits." William stood beside her, his face serene. "The love we shared transcends time, and you have honored it by seeking our truth." Tears streamed down Lucy's face as she felt their gratitude wash over her. "I'm so sorry for what happened to you. Your love deserves to be remembered." With a gentle smile, Eleanor replied, "We were lost in the shadows, but you have guided us back to the light." As they stood in the clearing, Lucy felt a sense of closure enveloping them all. The burdens of the past were lifting, and the air felt lighter, filled with hope. With a final, radiant smile, Eleanor and William began to fade, their figures shimmering like stardust. "Thank you," they whispered in unison, their voices carrying on the wind. And just like that, they were gone, leaving behind a profound silence that echoed with love and peace. Lucy and Emily stood in awe, feeling the warmth of their presence linger in the air. "We did it," Lucy breathed, overwhelmed by emotion. "Yes," Emily replied, wiping away her tears. "We gave them their story back." As they made their way home, the moon shone brightly above, illuminating the path ahead. The shadows that had once loomed over the tale of Eleanor and William were now a distant memory, replaced by the light of love that would never fade. In that moment, Lucy realized that she had not only uncovered a hidden history, but had also forged a deeper connection with her own heart, a testament to the power of love that transcends time and space. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The summer sun bathed the small coastal town of Seabrook in a warm, golden light as Jenna pulled into the driveway of her Airbnb rental. The charming beach cottage looked inviting, with its white picket fence and flower-filled window boxes. After a grueling semester of grad school, this getaway was exactly what she needed. With a sense of excitement bubbling within her, Jenna stepped out of her car, stretching her limbs after the long drive. The salty breeze tousled her hair, and she took a deep breath, savoring the scent of the ocean. It was perfect, a serene escape from the chaos of her studies. Jenna had chosen the cottage for its reviews, which spoke of cozy interiors and a welcoming atmosphere. The host, a woman named Linda, had been prompt and friendly in her communications. As Jenna approached the front door, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. This was the peaceful retreat she had envisioned. Upon entering, Jenna was immediately struck by the cottage's charm. The living room was adorned with vintage decor, and the walls were painted a soothing seafoam green. A plush sofa faced a fireplace, and a quaint dining table stood ready for meals. The sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting playful patterns on the wooden floors. "Just what I needed," she murmured, setting her bags down. After a quick tour, Jenna decided to settle in, eager to unwind and enjoy a few days of relaxation. She made herself a cup of herbal tea and curled up on the sofa, letting the sounds of the ocean lull her into a state of blissful tranquility. That evening, after a refreshing walk along the beach, Jenna returned to the cottage, feeling rejuvenated. She planned to indulge in a movie marathon, but first, she wanted to explore a bit more of the house. As she moved from room to room, she marveled at the charming decor and thoughtful touches. Everything felt warm and welcoming until she reached the bedroom. The room was quaint, with a queen-size bed draped in soft linens and a lovely view of the beach. As she unpacked her things, Jenna noticed something odd about the bedside table. It was slightly ajar, as if someone had hastily pushed it aside. Curiosity piqued. She pulled it open to investigate. Inside, she found the usual assortment of items: a few books, a decorative clock, and a small drawer that appeared to be locked. But there was something else tucked in the corner that caught her eye. A small, circular lens stared back at her, mounted discreetly under the table, pointing toward the bed. Her heart raced as she realized it was a hidden camera. "What the hell?" she whispered, stepping back as if the camera might leap out and grab her. A flood of confusion and anxiety rushed through her. Who had placed it there, and why? This was supposed to be a safe space, a place to escape, not to feel threatened. Panic began to set in, and Jenna quickly checked the rest of the room, searching for any other signs of invasion. She found nothing else, but the sight of that camera loomed large in her mind. This was not how she had imagined her getaway would unfold. After a moment of deep breaths to calm herself, Jenna decided she needed to confront the situation head-on. She grabbed her phone and sent a quick message to Linda, her host. "Hi Linda, I just found something strange in the bedroom. There seems to be a hidden camera under the bedside table. Can you please explain?" As she hit send, Jenna felt a knot form in her stomach. What would Linda say? Was this a mistake, or had someone intentionally violated her privacy? Minutes passed, feeling like hours, before her phone chimed with a response. "Hi Jenna, I'm so sorry about that. I had no idea there was a camera there. It must have been left behind by the previous guests. I assure you that it was not intentional, and I'll have someone come and remove it immediately." Jenna's anxiety didn't lessen. Was it truly left by previous guests, or was Linda just saying what she thought Jenna wanted to hear? The camera had been placed in a way that suggested forethought, a deliberate choice. "Thanks for your prompt response," Jenna typed back, her fingers trembling. "But I'd like to check out early, if that's possible." "Of course, no problem at all. I'll refund you for the nights you don't stay." Jenna took a deep breath. As she waited for the refund confirmation, she paced the room, glancing back at the camera every so often. Should she pack and leave immediately, or wait to see if someone actually came to remove it? The thought of spending the night in a place that felt so unsafe gnawed at her. Finally, her phone buzzed again. "Your refund has been processed. I'm so sorry again. Please let me know if you need anything else." Jenna stared at the screen, feeling a mix of anger and betrayal. It was supposed to be a peaceful escape, and now it felt tainted. She quickly packed her things, ready to leave this unsettling experience behind. As she stepped outside, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The cottage, with its charming facade, now felt like a trap. She glanced back at the windows, half expecting to see someone watching her, but all was still. The ocean continued to roar in the distance, but Jenna felt a chill that had nothing to do with the breeze. Driving away, Jenna made a mental note to report the incident. She couldn't let others fall victim to whatever sinister undercurrents lingered in this seemingly idyllic setting. She also resolved to ensure her next rental was fully vetted, no matter how inviting it looked. But as she turned the corner out of the driveway, She caught one last glimpse of the cottage, a shadowy figure standing behind the curtains, a fleeting moment that sent a shiver down her spine. Jenna's heart raced. Had she really just seen someone? Her mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. The idyllic escape had morphed into a haunting nightmare, and she couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Jenna drove away from the beach cottage, her heart still racing from the unsettling discovery. She turned onto the main road, leaving Seabrook behind, but the memory of the hidden camera haunted her. With each passing mile, she struggled to shake the feeling of violation and dread. As she arrived back in the city, the familiarity of her surroundings did little to soothe her nerves. She parked outside her apartment and took a moment to collect herself. The comforting chaos of urban life contrasted sharply with the eerie stillness of the cottage, but she couldn't simply move on without addressing what had happened. After grabbing her belongings, Jenna settled into her living room, her laptop open in front of her. She felt compelled to research hidden cameras and their legality, wondering if she should file a formal complaint. As she scrolled through article after article, a sense of urgency began to build. The camera might have been left behind, but what if there were others still in operation? Determined to uncover the truth, she began searching for similar stories online. She stumbled upon a forum dedicated to Airbnb experiences, both good and bad. There, she found accounts of others who had experienced unsettling situations. Her heart sank as she read through posts detailing hidden cameras, unauthorized recordings, and unresponsive hosts. It was alarming to see how common such incidents had become, and the reality of her situation hit her like a ton of bricks. One post caught her eye in particular. A woman recounted a similar experience, describing how she had discovered a hidden camera in her rental and had subsequently contacted the police. Jenna made a note of the local police department's number, knowing she might need it. After a few hours of research and numerous articles read, Jenna felt overwhelmed. The experience of having her privacy invaded was something she couldn't shake off easily. She needed to talk to someone, share her story, and get advice. That's when she thought of her friend Sam, a tech-savvy journalism student who had an interest in investigative reporting. If anyone could help her navigate this situation, it was him. Jenna called Sam, and he picked up after a few rings. "Hey Jenna, what's up? You sound a bit off." "Hey Sam, I need to talk to you about something serious," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "What happened?" he asked, concern lacing his tone. "I found a hidden camera in the Airbnb I just rented. I feel so violated, and I don't know what to do next." There was a moment of silence on the other end before Sam replied, "Are you serious? That's really messed up. Did you tell the host?" "Yeah, and she claimed it was left behind by the previous guests. But I don't know if I can trust her. It feels like there's more to it." "Okay, first let's not panic. I can come over, and we can look into it together. Maybe we can find out if there are more cameras in other rentals." Grateful for Sam's support, Jenna felt a flicker of hope. "That would be great. Thanks, Sam." They arranged to meet later that evening, and as Jenna waited for him to arrive, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease. She glanced at her phone, scrolling through messages from Linda, the host, and it sparked a new thought. What if she reached out to other guests who had stayed at the cottage? Surely, they would have noticed if something was amiss. It was a long shot, but the idea provided her with a sense of purpose. While waiting, she went back to the Airbnb listing, looking for previous reviews. Most were positive, praising the ambience and the comfort of the space, but Jenna dug deeper, scanning through the comments. And then she found it. One review stood out. A guest who had checked in just a few weeks prior. "Had a lovely stay, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The place is charming, but there's something odd about it." Jenna's pulse quickened. What did this guest mean by feeling watched? She noted the name and the date of the stay, determined to reach out. It could provide some insight, or at the very least, someone to share her concerns with. When Sam arrived, Jenna greeted him at the door, relief washing over her at his presence. "Thanks for coming," she said, ushering him inside. "I could use your help." "Of course." "So, what do we need to do first?" he asked, settling on the couch. "I found this review that mentions feeling watched," Jenna explained, pulling out her laptop. "I want to see if I can find a way to contact the guest." As they began their search, Jenna felt her heart race with anticipation. It was comforting to have Sam by her side, but the looming threat of the hidden camera still felt present, hanging over her like a dark cloud. After a bit of digging, they found the guest's profile and a way to send her a direct message through the platform. Jenna quickly composed a note, detailing her experience and asking if she could share any additional insights. "Let's hope she responds," Sam said, trying to remain optimistic. They decided to take a break, and Jenna made some tea, her mind still racing. "What do you think? Do you believe Linda didn't know about the camera?" she asked, handing Sam a steaming cup. "I don't know. It's possible she didn't, but the way she responded felt a bit off to me," Sam replied. "If I were in her position, I'd be more apologetic and eager to make things right. We should definitely keep digging." Jenna nodded, feeling the same gnawing unease. The longer she sat in her apartment, the more restless she felt. As they sat, a notification pinged on Jenna's phone. Her heart jumped as she opened it. The guest had responded. "Hey Jenna, I'm glad you reached out. I did have a strange experience at that cottage. I felt like I was being watched too. I saw something in the corner of the bedroom, but I thought it was just my imagination. After reading your message, I'm starting to think it wasn't." Jenna exchanged glances with Sam, feeling a chill run down her spine. "What do you mean?" She typed back, urgency threading through her words. "After I checked out, I contacted the host about it. She claimed it was a reflection or a trick of the light. I didn't press it, but I felt uneasy the whole time I was there," the guest replied. As Jenna read the words, her stomach turned. "We need to warn others," she said, determination rising within her. "Definitely. Let's compile all the information we can and see if anyone else has had similar experiences," Sam suggested. For the rest of the evening, they worked diligently, sharing the stories they found and making a list of guests who had stayed at the cottage. Each new piece of information felt like a thread pulling them deeper into a web of secrecy. But with every click of the keyboard, Jenna felt a strange sensation settling in. The sense that someone was still watching, lurking just out of sight. The hidden camera had stolen more than her privacy. It had ignited a fire within her to uncover the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. As the night wore on, Jenna and Sam sat in the dim light of her apartment, fueled by caffeine and the urgency of their mission. The shadow of the hidden camera loomed large, but they were determined not to let fear win. Together, they would shine a light on the darkness that had invaded Jenna's escape. The following days were a whirlwind for Jenna and Sam as they plunged into their investigation. The hidden camera incident at the Airbnb had transformed from a personal violation into a quest for truth, and Jenna found herself consumed by the urgency to uncover what was happening behind the scenes of seemingly idyllic rentals. As they exchanged messages with former guests, a pattern began to emerge. Several individuals recounted experiences that echoed Jenna's own. Feelings of being watched, strange noises at night, and inexplicable disturbances. Some had even noticed peculiar alterations in the decor, subtle enough that they might easily be dismissed as quirks of a rental property. Jenna compiled their stories into a document, wanting to create a cohesive narrative that could be shared. With Sam's help, they organized the information into categories: incidents related to hidden cameras, feelings of being watched, and odd responses from hosts. Each entry felt like a piece of a larger puzzle, and the more they gathered, the more convinced Jenna became that something sinister was at play. One evening, as they reviewed their findings, Sam leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. We should dig into the hosts of these rentals as well. If Linda isn't the only one acting suspiciously, we might find a connection." "Good idea," Jenna replied, excitement bubbling within her. "Let's see if any of them have had multiple listings or complaints against them." They began scouring the internet for more information, using public records and social media. It wasn't long before they discovered that Linda had multiple properties listed under various names. Each property had glowing reviews, but the threads of unease began to connect them. The names of previous guests matched up, leading to a startling realization. Many had stayed at more than one of Linda's properties. "Something's definitely off here," Sam muttered, scrolling through Linda's profiles. "This isn't just a case of one bad rental." Jenna felt a chill run down her spine. "Are we sure these are all related? What if we're just drawing connections that don't exist?" "Maybe, but the pattern is too consistent to ignore. It's worth investigating further," Sam urged. As they continued their search, Jenna received a message from one of the guests she had reached out to, a woman named Rachel who had experienced a similar incident at one of Linda's other properties. "Hey Jenna, I'd love to chat. I have more information about what happened during my stay. I really think we should meet." Jenna's heart raced. "Sam, this could be huge. Rachel wants to meet up to talk more about her experience." "Let's do it. The more voices we have, the stronger our case will be," he replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. They arranged to meet Rachel at a nearby cafe the next day. Jenna felt a mix of apprehension and determination as she prepared for the meeting. The realization that they weren't alone in this fight emboldened her, but the looming questions about Linda's motivations made her anxious. The next afternoon, Jenna and Sam arrived at the cafe, a small, cozy spot bustling with energy. They spotted Rachel at a corner table, her expressive eyes scanning the room. She looked up and smiled as they approached, the warmth of her demeanor putting Jenna at ease. "Thanks for meeting me," Rachel said, her voice a mix of relief and resolve. "I've been wanting to talk to someone about what I went through." "Of course. We're here to listen," Jenna replied, settling into her seat. As they exchanged pleasantries, Jenna couldn't help but notice Rachel's anxious demeanor. It was clear that the experience had left a mark on her. She took a deep breath and began recounting her story. "I stayed at one of Linda's rentals about a month ago," Rachel started. "Everything seemed fine at first, but I started feeling like I was being watched. At night, I could hear strange noises, like whispers or the creaking of floorboards. I thought I was just being paranoid, but one evening, I noticed something shining in the corner of the living room." Jenna leaned in, captivated. "What did you find?" Rachel hesitated for a moment, her eyes clouding with recollection. "It was a small camera hidden among the decorations. I couldn't believe it. I felt so violated and scared. I immediately packed my things and left." "Did you tell Linda?" Sam asked, concern etched on his face. "Yes, and she tried to brush it off as a misunderstanding. She claimed it must have been left by previous guests, just like she told you," Rachel said, her voice rising with frustration. "But I don't buy it. I did some digging myself after I left, and I found that other guests had reported similar things." As Rachel spoke, Jenna felt a knot tighten in her stomach. This was becoming more than a series of unfortunate events. It was a calculated pattern that needed to be exposed. "What do you think we should do?" Jenna asked, her resolve strengthening. "I think we need to go public," Rachel said, determination sparking in her eyes. "If we can get enough people to share their stories, we might be able to alert others and pressure Airbnb to take action." Jenna exchanged glances with Sam, who nodded in agreement. "That's a great idea. We can start a campaign on social media to gather more accounts. The more evidence we have, the harder it will be for them to ignore us." Rachel smiled, her energy infectious. "I can't believe we're actually doing this. It feels empowering to take a stand." They spent the next few hours brainstorming ways to approach their campaign. Jenna felt a surge of hope as they mapped out a plan to create a hashtag, reach out to news outlets, and raise awareness about the hidden dangers lurking within rental properties. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow through the cafe windows, Jenna felt an exhilarating sense of purpose. The hidden camera incident had transformed into a movement, a chance to protect others from what she had endured. But as they wrapped up their meeting, a lingering fear gnawed at her. What if Linda discovered their plans? What if she retaliated in some way? The thought sent shivers down her spine, but Jenna pushed it aside, focusing on the momentum they had built. Later that night, as she lay in bed, Jenna found it difficult to sleep. Her mind raced with thoughts of their campaign and the stories they had gathered. Just as she began to drift off, her phone buzzed on the nightstand, startling her awake. It was a message from Rachel. "I just found something really concerning. We need to talk ASAP." Jenna's heart raced as she read the words. What new twist had emerged in this already unsettling saga? She grabbed her phone and texted back quickly. "What is it?" Rachel's reply came almost immediately. "I think I found another camera. This time, it's in a different rental. We need to meet again." Jenna's mind raced. They were in deeper than she ever imagined. Whatever was happening with Linda was far from over, and the threat felt more real than ever. The following day, Jenna and Sam met Rachel at a different cafe, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Jenna's mind was a flurry of thoughts, the weight of their investigation bearing down on her. As she approached the table, Rachel looked visibly shaken, her hands nervously fidgeting with her coffee cup. "Thanks for coming," Jenna said, her voice steady despite the unease brewing within her. "Of course," Rachel replied, taking a deep breath. "I found something really disturbing. You're not going to believe this." Sam leaned forward, his eyes intent. "What did you find?" Rachel pulled out her phone, scrolling through her messages. "I reached out to a few other guests who had stayed at Linda's rentals, and one of them sent me a video." "A video?" Jenna echoed, her pulse quickening. "What's in it?" Rachel's face paled as she tapped the screen and held it out for them to see. The video played, showing a dimly lit room. The camera focused on a corner where an ornate vase sat. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary room, but then a figure moved into the frame, an unknown man stepping just out of sight, his silhouette darting away. Jenna gasped, her heart racing. "What is that? Who is he?" "I have no idea, but the person who sent me the video said they felt something was off during their stay. They set up a camera of their own and caught this," Rachel explained, her voice trembling. Sam paused the video, staring intently at the screen. "This is evidence. We need to find out who this guy is. If Linda is involved in this, we might be looking at something much bigger than we thought." Jenna's mind raced as she processed the implications. "But how do we even begin to track him down?" "We can start by reaching out to the guests who reported feeling watched," Rachel suggested. "If they were in the rental at the same time, maybe someone else caught him on camera too." Determined, the trio spent the next several hours reaching out to various guests, piecing together timelines and gathering any footage they could. The more they dug, the more threads of a troubling narrative began to weave themselves together. One guest mentioned a peculiar incident. They had seen someone lurking outside the property late at night, but they assumed it was just another curious neighbor. "I didn't think much of it until I saw that video," they wrote back, a sense of regret evident in their words. "Now I can't shake the feeling that we were being watched the entire time." As Jenna and her friends compared notes, the realization began to dawn on them. This wasn't just about hidden cameras. It was about potential stalking and the violation of countless guests' privacy. Each revelation felt heavier than the last, the gravity of their situation sinking in. After hours of intense discussion, they agreed to compile all their findings into a cohesive report, highlighting the patterns they had uncovered and presenting it as a formal complaint to Airbnb. But as they prepared to file, Jenna's gut instinct warned her that simply going through official channels might not be enough. "We should also go to the police," Jenna said, her voice firm. "This is bigger than we thought, and we can't just sit back and wait for Airbnb to take action. If there's a chance this guy is dangerous, we need to alert authorities." Rachel and Sam exchanged glances, and after a moment, they both nodded in agreement. It was a bold move, but they all felt the urgency of the situation. They spent the next day gathering their evidence and compiling a comprehensive report for the police. As they prepared to submit it, Jenna felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What if they didn't believe them? What if they dismissed their claims as paranoia? But Sam's steady presence beside her grounded her. "We have proof. We're not just going in with a wild story. We have evidence that something is very wrong." When they arrived at the police station, Jenna's heart raced as they stepped inside. The air was thick with a sense of urgency, officers bustling about, and the reality of their situation loomed over them like a dark cloud. They were greeted by a police officer who led them to an interview room. Jenna took a deep breath, her resolve solidifying. They would not be silent. They would fight for their privacy and the safety of others. As they presented their findings, Jenna felt a flicker of hope. The officer listened intently, taking notes and asking clarifying questions. "We take these reports seriously," he said, his expression grave. "We'll look into this matter further, but it may take time to gather more evidence. What if he's still out there? What if he's doing this to others right now?" Rachel interjected, her voice trembling. The officer nodded. "That's a valid concern, and we'll do our best to act swiftly. But we need concrete evidence before we can proceed. Keep us updated if you find anything else." As they left the police station, a mix of relief and anxiety washed over Jenna. They had taken a step toward justice, but the uncertainty loomed large. What happened next? Later that evening, The trio gathered at Jenna's apartment to discuss their next steps. They decided to leverage social media to spread awareness, hoping to connect with other victims and keep the pressure on Airbnb. As they crafted their campaign, Jenna received a text from Rachel, her heart sinking as she read the words. "I think I saw him again. I'm not sure what to do." "Rachel just texted me," Jenna said, her voice shaking. "She thinks she saw the man from the video." "What do you mean?" Sam asked, concern etching his features. "She didn't provide details, but we need to meet her right away," Jenna replied, urgency coursing through her veins. They quickly made plans to meet at a nearby park, the air thick with anticipation. As Jenna drove, her thoughts swirled with fear and determination. They were treading deeper into dangerous territory, but the risk felt worth it if it meant protecting others. When they arrived at the park, they spotted Rachel pacing, her expression a mixture of anxiety and urgency. "Thank you for coming," Rachel said breathlessly as they approached. "I saw him again last night. I was out walking my dog, and he was standing near my apartment building, just staring." Jenna felt a chill creep down her spine. "Did he see you?" "I don't know," Rachel replied, her voice shaky. "I turned around and walked the other way, but he was definitely watching. It felt like he was waiting for something." Sam took a deep breath, his expression serious. "We can't ignore this. We need to inform the police right away. If he's following you, we have to take it seriously." As they headed back to the police station, Jenna's heart raced. The walls of her world were closing in, and the danger felt more real than ever. This man wasn't just a ghost lurking in the shadows. He was a tangible threat, and they were determined to shine a light on the darkness he brought with him. The atmosphere in the car was thick with tension as Jenna, Sam, and Rachel made their way back to the police station. Each bump in the road felt magnified, amplifying the urgency of their mission. Jenna's thoughts raced, torn between fear and determination. They needed to act fast before this unknown figure could strike again. When they arrived, Jenna's heart pounded in her chest. The police station was bustling with activity, officers moving in and out, their faces etched with concentration. They approached the front desk, where a different officer greeted them. "Back again," he said, raising an eyebrow. "We have urgent information about the man from the video," Jenna replied, trying to keep her voice steady despite the anxiety bubbling within her. "Right this way," the officer said, leading them to an interview room similar to the one they had used before. Once inside, they quickly recounted Rachel's sighting. The officer listened intently, his brow furrowing with concern. "This is serious. If you feel threatened, I advise you to stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity immediately. We'll increase patrols around your area." "Do you think you could put a patrol outside Rachel's apartment?" Sam asked, his voice steady but urgent. "If this guy is following her, she needs protection." The officer nodded. "I can arrange that. We'll keep an eye on the vicinity. But remember, if you see him again, don't confront him. Call us right away." As they left the police station, Jenna felt a wave of relief wash over her. They had taken decisive action, but the lingering fear of the unknown still clung to her like a shadow. "Do you think they'll actually do anything?" Rachel asked, her voice shaking slightly. "I hope so," Jenna replied, trying to sound reassuring. "But we can't stop here. We need to keep spreading the word about what's happening. If he's targeting other renters, we can't let them remain in the dark." That night, they gathered at Jenna's apartment again, fueled by determination. They spent hours drafting a post for social media, carefully outlining their experiences and urging others to share their own stories. The more people who knew about the potential dangers, the safer they all would be. As Jenna hit post, she felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Would their voices resonate? Would others join their fight? Within minutes, responses began flooding in. Friends shared their own unsettling experiences in rentals, and strangers offered their support, sharing the post to amplify their message. The hashtag hidden danger began to trend, drawing attention from those who had faced similar situations. But amid the whirlwind of online activity, a new message arrived in Jenna's inbox. It was from a user named Watcher, who claimed to have information about Linda and her properties. Jenna's heart raced as she read the chilling message. "I know who the man is. He's been following you. You need to be careful." "Guys, you need to see this," Jenna said, her voice trembling slightly. She shared the message, and Sam leaned closer, his eyes narrowing. This could be a prank, or it could be serious. Do you want to respond? He asked, his tone cautious. We should, Rachel interjected. If this person knows something, we need to hear them out, but we should also inform the police about it. They decided to respond, cautiously probing for more information while keeping the officer informed. A tense back and forth ensued as Watcher shared snippets of information about Linda's rentals and hinted at something darker lurking beneath the surface. As the hours passed, Jenna felt the weight of impending dread settle over her. They were digging deeper into a world of shadows, and the unknown was growing increasingly menacing. When Watcher finally agreed to meet them in person, Jenna felt a mix of excitement and fear. They arranged to meet at a nearby diner the next afternoon. Jenna's mind raced with possibilities. Was Watcher genuinely trying to help, or was this another trap? The uncertainty gnawed at her, but they were committed to uncovering the truth. The next day, Jenna, Sam, and Rachel arrived at the diner early, their nerves frayed. The atmosphere buzzed with conversation, the smell of coffee and grilled food surrounding them. They chose a booth near the back, their eyes scanning the room. When Watcher walked in, Jenna's heart raced. He was unassuming, dressed casually, a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He approached their table, and Jenna gestured for him to sit. Thanks for meeting me, he said, his voice low and cautious. I've been following your story online. You're not alone in this. What do you know? Sam asked, leaning in, intensity etched on his face. Linda's not just a regular Airbnb host. There are rumors about her involvement in something more sinister, something that targets people who stay in her rentals, Watcher revealed, his voice barely above a whisper. Jenna's pulse quickened. What do you mean? There's a network of people who've been surveilling guests. I've seen videos from different properties where the same man appears. It's like they're watching for specific people, he explained, his eyes darting around, as if he feared being overheard. Why are you telling us this? Rachel asked, skepticism creeping into her voice. Because I've seen the evidence. I've been in contact with some of the victims, and I couldn't sit back while this continues. I thought you want to know, Watcher replied, urgency in his tone. Jenna exchanged glances with Sam and Rachel. This could be the break they needed, but it also felt dangerously close to the edge of something they might not be able to control. What do you suggest we do? Jenna asked, her voice steady. Gather your evidence. We can take this public, but it'll require more than just your experiences. If we can find other victims willing to come forward, we can create a stronger case, he said. Do you have contacts? Sam pressed. Yes, I can connect you with them, but it's going to take some time, and you need to be cautious. If Linda catches wind of what you're doing, she might retaliate. As Watcher shared details of his contacts, Jenna felt both exhilarated and terrified. They were venturing deeper into a web of secrets, and the stakes were higher than ever. After their meeting, the trio reconvened, energized but anxious. They had a path forward, but it came with risks. Jenna felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, not just for herself, but for all the people who had suffered in silence. We need to move quickly, Jenna urged, determination seeping into her words. If we can connect with others and share their stories, we can expose this. Days turned into a blur as they began reaching out to potential victims, gathering testimonies and evidence. Each new story further validated their mission, but with every revelation, Jenna's anxiety grew. She felt a growing sense of danger as Linda's presence loomed over them. Late one evening, Jenna received a message from Rachel, her heart sinking as she read the words. I think Linda knows what we're doing. I saw her outside my apartment tonight. Panic surged through Jenna. They had to take precautions and fast. She quickly called Sam, her voice urgent. We need to talk to Rachel. If Linda's watching, we have to be careful. They met at a safe location, a friend's house where they could strategize without fear of being overheard. As they gathered around the table, Jenna felt the gravity of their situation. Rachel, what happened? Jenna asked, her voice steady but concerned. I saw her parked outside my building, just sitting there, Rachel replied, fear evident in her eyes. I don't know if she was waiting for me or just keeping an eye on things. Do you think she knows about us? Sam asked. I don't know, but we can't take any chances, Rachel said, her voice shaky. "I feel like we're being hunted." Jenna's heart raced. The reality of their situation had intensified, and they needed a plan. "We should inform the police again. If Linda is watching us, that's a serious threat." Reluctantly, they decided to report the incident, but as they prepared to leave, Jenna felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What if Linda found out they had been gathering evidence? What if they became the next targets in this dangerous game? The next morning, Jenna awoke to an unsettling quiet. The atmosphere in her apartment felt heavy, as if the walls themselves were closing in. She decided to check her messages, hoping for some positive news. But instead, she found a chilling notification. Linda had posted a video on her rental profile. Jenna's heart dropped as she clicked on the link. The video was a poorly masked thread, showing clips of guests in various rentals, and Linda's voice echoed through the speakers. "Some guests have been spreading false rumors about my properties. I take privacy very seriously, and I urge everyone to respect boundaries. Those who don't should think twice before staying in my rentals." Jenna felt sick. It was a clear warning, and she knew they were in deeper than she had ever imagined. She called Sam immediately, her voice trembling. "We have to meet. Linda is onto us." As they gathered at the same friend's house, the tension was palpable. Rachel arrived, her expression grim. "Did you see the video? It's a threat." "We need to go public with everything," Sam said, his voice low but firm. "If we don't act now, it could be too late." Jenna nodded, her resolve solidifying. "We'll gather everything we have and prepare for a press conference. It's time for Linda to face the consequences of her actions." In the following days, they meticulously crafted their message, detailing the threats they had faced and the evidence they had gathered. Jenna felt the weight of the world on her shoulders, but she knew it was necessary. They couldn't let fear dictate their actions any longer. When the day of the press conference arrived, Jenna stood in front of a small gathering of reporters and cameras, her heart pounding. She felt vulnerable but also empowered, the truth about Linda finally set to be exposed. "Thank you all for coming," she began, her voice steady. "We are here to share our experiences with Airbnb and shed light on serious privacy violations that have affected us and potentially many others." As she spoke, Jenna felt the warmth of support enveloping her. She shared their findings, the stories of others, and the dark reality of what had unfolded. She could see the reporters leaning in, their interest piqued. After they finished, the press flooded them with questions. "What do you hope to achieve with this?" one journalist asked. "Awareness," Jenna replied, her voice firm. "We want Airbnb to take action, and we want guests to know the risks involved. This should never happen again." As the press conference concluded, a sense of relief washed over Jenna. They had taken a stand against the darkness that had threatened to engulf them. But the battle was far from over. Days turned into weeks as they navigated the aftermath of the conference. Linda retaliated, her threats escalating, but Jenna and her friends stood firm. With each new day, more victims came forward, sharing their stories and adding to the growing movement against privacy violations in short-term rentals. As the situation continued to unfold, Jenna felt a mix of exhaustion and determination. The journey had been fraught with danger, but they had turned the tide, shining a light on an issue that had remained hidden for far too long. In the end, Jenna knew that they were no longer victims, but warriors against a shadowy threat. They had united their voices, and together, they would ensure that their fight for safety and privacy would not be in vain. As she looked ahead, Jenna felt hope blossom in her chest. Together, they had faced the darkness and emerged stronger. The battle for justice was far from over, but they would face whatever came next, united in their mission to protect others from the lurking dangers that still lay in the shadows. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. In the quaint town of Willow Creek, life flowed at a gentle pace, a picturesque scene of picket fences, blooming gardens, and neighbors who knew each other by name. But tucked away at the end of a winding path, behind a veil of ivy and tall hedges, stood a dilapidated Victorian house, home to the town's most enigmatic resident, Eleanor Caldwell. Eleanor was a woman of few words, a specter in the lives of the townsfolk who seldom caught a glimpse of her. For decades, she inhabited the creaky old house, the paint peeling from its once vibrant exterior, with only the whispers of the wind to keep her company. Despite the mystery surrounding her, she remained an unassuming part of the fabric of Willow Creek, a figure cloaked in intrigue and solitude. The townspeople speculated endlessly about Eleanor. Some claimed she was a recluse who had suffered great loss. Others whispered that she possessed secrets best left unspoken. Children dared each other to approach the house, only to flee in terror at the thought of encountering the mysterious woman. Yet, Eleanor was never truly unfriendly. Those brave enough to venture close enough would often hear the faint sound of her piano drifting through the open windows, a melancholic melody that danced on the air like a ghost. As summer arrived, the days grew longer, and the small town buzzed with anticipation for its annual fair. It was an event that drew crowds from neighboring towns, a vibrant celebration filled with laughter, music, and the sweet aroma of funnel cakes. The fair became a spectacle, a distraction from the mundane, yet it also served as an unintentional catalyst for a renewed curiosity about Eleanor. Among the attendees was Clara, a spirited young journalist new to Willow Creek. Eager to make her mark, she was captivated by the stories surrounding Eleanor. Clara had always been drawn to the mysteries of life, and this was a tale begging to be told. "Have you ever met her?" Clara asked a group of townsfolk gathered near the Ferris wheel, her notepad at the ready. "Met her? Not a chance," chuckled an older woman, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "She hasn't stepped foot outside in years. I heard she hasn't even been to the market." Another chimed in. "They say she has a treasure hidden in that house, something valuable. Why else would she never leave?" Intrigued, Clara decided it was time to investigate. That evening, she approached the rickety iron gate that led to Eleanor's home. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the world, while shadows danced ominously across the yard. Taking a deep breath, Clara pushed the gate open, its rusty hinges groaning in protest. As she stepped onto the overgrown path, Clara felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. She approached the front door, the wood worn and splintered, and knocked gently. The sound echoed into the silence, her heart racing with anticipation. To her surprise, after a moment that felt like an eternity, the door creaked open. Eleanor stood there, her gray hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of silver. Her eyes, a piercing blue, sparkled with curiosity and something deeper. Wisdom, perhaps, or loneliness. "Yes," Eleanor asked, her voice soft yet firm. "Hi, I'm Clara," she introduced herself, her excitement bubbling over. "I'm new in town, and I wanted to learn more about you. The town has so many stories about you." Eleanor regarded her for a moment, her expression unreadable. "Stories can be deceptive, dear. What is it that you really wish to know?" Clara hesitated, taken aback by the question. "I want to understand who you are, what it's like living here all alone." Eleanor studied her, seemingly weighing the decision. "Very well, but understand this. My life is not a fairy tale. It's woven with threads of joy and sorrow, just like any other." Clara's heart soared at the invitation, sensing she was on the brink of discovering something profound. "I'll come back," she promised, a smile breaking across her face. "Maybe we can talk over tea?" Eleanor nodded slowly, a hint of a smile touching her lips. "Tea it is then, Clara." As Clara walked away from the house, her mind raced with possibilities. What stories did Eleanor hold? What secrets lay behind the walls of that old Victorian? Little did she know that uncovering Eleanor's past would lead her into a labyrinth of emotions and unexpected revelations, an exploration of a life that was far more intricate than the town's rumors suggested. The next few days were a whirlwind of preparations for the fair, but Clara's mind remained fixated on her upcoming visit with Eleanor. She spent hours pondering what to ask, how to approach the delicate subject of loneliness and mystery. When the day finally arrived, Clara could barely contain her excitement. She prepared a small basket filled with homemade cookies and a fragrant chamomile tea blend, hoping to create a warm atmosphere for their conversation. As she walked through the gate again, she felt an odd sense of purpose. Each step brought her closer to unraveling a story that had remained dormant for too long. Clara knocked once more, her heart fluttering in anticipation. Eleanor opened the door, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she took in the sight of Clara holding the basket. How thoughtful, she said, her eyes softening. "Come in." The interior of the house was just as Clara had imagined. Walls lined with bookshelves overflowing with dusty tomes, an antique chandelier casting a warm glow over the cluttered yet cozy space. The scent of aged wood mixed with something floral, making Clara feel strangely at home. "Make yourself comfortable," Eleanor said, gesturing toward a well-worn armchair. Clara settled in, her eyes scanning the room, taking in the delicate china and an impressive collection of music sheets scattered across the coffee table. "I didn't know you played," Clara remarked, noticing the piano tucked in the corner, its keys gleaming in the light. Eleanor's expression shifted, a hint of nostalgia playing across her features. "Music has always been a part of my life. It's my refuge." As they settled in, Clara began to ask her questions about Eleanor's life, her decision to live alone, and the stories that shaped her existence. What Clara discovered was a tapestry of triumphs and tribulations, each thread woven with emotion. Eleanor spoke of her youth, of a vibrant life filled with laughter, love, and heartache. She had once been part of the world, a woman of great spirit and ambition. But as the years passed, circumstances shifted, and Eleanor found herself retreating from the noise of life into the solitude of her home. Clara listened intently, captivated by the stories that unfolded. With every word, the image of the mysterious woman began to dissolve, revealing a multifaceted soul behind the facade of reclusiveness. Eleanor was not merely a figure of intrigue, but a woman shaped by her experiences, an artist, a dreamer, a survivor. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden glow across the room, Clara felt an unexpected kinship with Eleanor. They shared laughter, tears, and a growing understanding that bridged the gap between generations. Before she knew it, hours had passed, and Clara reluctantly realized it was time to leave. "Thank you for sharing your story with me," she said, her heart full. "I never imagined you had such a rich life." Eleanor smiled, a genuine warmth radiating from her. "Thank you for listening, Clara. Sometimes, we just need someone willing to hear us." As Clara left, she felt a sense of fulfillment, but also a yearning to know more. Eleanor had opened a door to her past, yet it remained ajar, leaving Clara eager to delve deeper into the layers of this remarkable woman's life. Days turned into weeks as Clara continued to visit Eleanor. Their bond grew stronger, the boundaries of age and experience blurring as they shared stories and tea. Clara began to document Eleanor's life, capturing the essence of a woman who had chosen solitude yet craved connection. The town, once buzzing with gossip about the mysterious woman, began to shift in its perception. Clara's articles shed light on Eleanor's humanity, drawing attention to the rich tapestry of experiences that had shaped her. People began to see her not as a recluse, but as a beacon of resilience, a woman whose life was a testament to the complexities of existence. But as Clara dug deeper, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Eleanor's story, an undisclosed chapter that loomed just beyond her reach. And so, with each visit, Clara pressed gently, hoping to uncover the hidden truths that lay beneath the surface. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in shades of crimson, Clara gathered the courage to ask the question that had lingered in her mind. "Eleanor, why did you choose to live alone for so long?" Eleanor's gaze turned distant, as if she were staring into a memory that felt both familiar and painful. "Sometimes, solitude finds us, my dear. It was a choice born out of loss. I lost the love of my life many years ago, and the world became too heavy to bear without him." Clara felt her heart ache at the raw honesty in Eleanor's voice. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, empathy washing over her. Eleanor nodded slowly, her eyes glistening. "It took me a long time to accept that life moves on, even when we don't want it to. I built walls around my heart to protect myself, but in doing so, I isolated myself from the beauty that still existed in the world." As Clara absorbed Eleanor's words, each one resonating deeply within her, it was a profound revelation, illuminating the shadows that had loomed over the enigmatic woman. "But you found a way back, haven't you? Through music, through stories, and now through our friendship." Eleanor's smile was bittersweet. "Yes, Clara, Sometimes, it takes a gentle nudge from the outside to remind us that we're still part of a larger tapestry. You've brought warmth back into this old house. The conversation hung in the air, a delicate balance between vulnerability and healing. Clara felt a surge of gratitude for the connection they were building. I want to help share your story with the world, to show them that you're more than just a rumor or a ghost in a house, she declared, her voice filled with conviction. Eleanor studied her for a moment, the corners of her mouth twitching as if wrestling with a hidden smile. You're quite persuasive, my dear. But remember, stories have power. They can inspire, but they can also expose wounds that have yet to heal. Then let's heal them together, Clara replied, her determination unwavering. We can tell your story in a way that honors your journey, both the joys and the sorrows. As they continued to share, the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the room with hues of gold and rose. Clara felt the weight of the world shift in that moment, as if the air crackled with possibility. She could sense Eleanor's hesitations, but she also felt the hope growing within her, the hope of reclaiming a life filled with memories and dreams. Weeks passed, and Clara began to draft the narrative of Eleanor's life, intertwining her own reflections and experiences. Each session they spent together unearthed more layers of the woman who had lived in solitude for so long. They spoke of love, loss, and the fragile nature of human connections. Clara documented Eleanor's tales of adventure, laughter, and the heartbreaking moments that had shaped her. But just as Clara was beginning to feel the fullness of their collaboration, she noticed a shift in Eleanor's demeanor. The woman who had once radiated warmth now seemed distant, her gaze often drifting toward the window, lost in thought. Concern gnawed at Clara, and she approached the subject gently. Eleanor, is everything okay? You seemed preoccupied. Eleanor sighed, a weight settling on her shoulders. There are things I've kept buried, Clara, shadows that I've hidden even from myself. As I've opened up, the past has crept back in, reminding me of what I've lost. Clara felt a pang of empathy for her friend. You don't have to face it alone. I'm here for you. Eleanor looked at her, the flicker of a smile returning. I know, dear, but sometimes the burden of memory can be too heavy. It's easy to slip back into the safety of silence. Determined to support Eleanor, Clara suggested they turn their next session into a journey of healing, a time to confront the memories that lingered. Let's talk about the happy moments, the things you loved most. Those pieces of joy can guide you back. With a deep breath, Eleanor nodded, and Clara could see a flicker of resolve in her eyes. Very well, but you must promise to be patient with me. Always, Clara assured her. The next evening, as they sat in the warm glow of Eleanor's living room, Clara brought out her notepad, ready to take notes. Tell me about your favorite memory, she prompted, her heart racing with anticipation. Eleanor smiled, a distant look crossing her face. There was a summer in my youth, a time when the world felt alive with possibility. I had a love then, a partner who understood my soul. We would wander the fields behind my house, hand in hand, chasing fireflies as the sun dipped below the horizon. As Eleanor spoke, Clara could see the light returning to her eyes. She painted a vivid picture of love and laughter, of evenings spent under a starry sky, sharing dreams and whispered secrets. Clara was entranced, feeling the warmth of nostalgia wrap around them like a blanket. But as the tale unfolded, Clara noticed the shift, a subtle darkness creeping into Eleanor's voice as she spoke of the inevitable loss that followed. He fell ill too soon, leaving me with nothing but echoes of a life once vibrant, Eleanor said, her voice breaking. Clara reached out, taking Eleanor's hand in hers. You love deeply, and that's something beautiful to hold on to. Tears glistened in Eleanor's eyes as she nodded, the weight of the past feeling a little lighter in that moment. You're right, Clara. Love is worth the pain that sometimes follows. It's a reminder of what life can be. Inspired by this revelation, Clara continued to guide their sessions toward healing, focusing on the positive memories that Eleanor cherished. They explored laughter, joy, and even the small things, like the smell of freshly baked bread or the sound of rain on the roof. Each session became a celebration of life, an exploration of beauty amidst heartache. As they ventured deeper into Eleanor's past, Clara found herself increasingly entwined in the stories. It was not just Eleanor's life she was documenting. It was becoming part of her own narrative. Each revelation enriched Clara's understanding of life, love, and the power of resilience. But just when Clara thought they were turning a corner, a sudden storm swept through Willow Creek, leaving the town bathed in a thick mist. It felt almost surreal, and as she approached Eleanor's house that evening, Clara couldn't shake the sense of foreboding that hung in the air. When she knocked, the door creaked open, revealing Eleanor, her expression distant once more. "I was just thinking about our discussions," she murmured, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Is everything all right?" Clara asked, concern prickling at her heart. Eleanor hesitated, then gestured for Clara to enter. "There are shadows in my past that I haven't shared, memories that haunt me. I think it's time I faced them." Clara felt her heart race. "I'm here for you, no matter what." As they settled into their usual spots, Eleanor's gaze turned somber. "You see, Clara, there was more to that love than what I shared. There was a betrayal that shattered me, a choice I made that has haunted me ever since." Clara leaned in, her curiosity piqued. "What happened?" Eleanor took a deep breath, as if bracing herself against a wave of memories. "In my youth, I was passionate and reckless. I made choices that cost me dearly. My partner, he loved me fiercely, but I allowed others to cloud my judgment. I was unfaithful, and when the truth came to light, it tore our world apart." Clara listened in silence, her heart aching for Eleanor's pain. "That must have been incredibly difficult." "It was," Eleanor replied, her voice heavy with regret. "I lost everything, the love, the life we dreamed of. I ran away from my mistakes, burying myself in solitude." Clara felt the weight of the revelation settle between them. "But you were young, and people make mistakes." Eleanor nodded, tears spilling from her eyes. "But I've lived with that guilt for years. It turned me into a ghost in my own life." Clara reached out, placing a comforting hand on Eleanor's. "You don't have to live in the shadows anymore. You can forgive yourself." Eleanor's gaze met Clara's, vulnerability etched on her face. "Can I truly? Is it that simple?" "It takes time, but it starts with acknowledging your pain," Clara urged gently. "Your past doesn't define you, Eleanor. You've grown, and you've built a life, even if it's one of solitude." With a tremor in her voice, Eleanor whispered, "I want to believe that, but the shadows still linger." "Then let's shine a light on them together," Clara suggested, her determination palpable. "Let's take those stories, the good and the bad, and transform them into something meaningful." Eleanor considered this, the weight of the past still heavy upon her. "You truly believe that I can find redemption?" "I know it," Clara replied earnestly. "Your life is a story worth telling, and there's still time to reclaim the beauty within it." As the storm raged outside, the warmth of their conversation enveloped them. They spoke late into the night, unraveling the threads of Eleanor's past, each revelation a step toward healing. Clara shared her own struggles, her own fears, reminding Eleanor that they were not so different. Both women navigating the complexities of life, love, and the shadows that sometimes threatened to consume them. With each word, the room filled with hope, laughter, and the promise of new beginnings. And as the storm subsided, so too did the weight on Eleanor's heart. Together, they began to transform the darkness into light, stitching together the fragments of a life once steeped in regret. As the weeks went by, Clara's articles began to take shape, capturing the essence of Eleanor's journey. They spoke of love and loss, of resilience and redemption, a powerful testament to the strength of the human spirit. Word spread through Willow Creek, and the townsfolk began to gather, drawn to Eleanor's story. The mysterious woman who had once been a figure of whispers and shadows became a beacon of hope, inspiring others to confront their own pasts. But even as the town embraced Eleanor, Clara sensed the shadows still lingered, reminding them both that the journey toward healing was ongoing. And so, they continued to meet, share, and confront the complexities of life together. One evening, as autumn painted the world in warm hues, Clara arrived at Eleanor's door with excitement bubbling within her. "I have something special planned for us today," she announced, her eyes sparkling. "What is it?" Eleanor inquired, a hint of curiosity breaking through her usual reserve. Clara produced a small bouquet of sunflowers. "I thought we could celebrate your journey. You've faced your past and allowed the light to seep back in. It's time to acknowledge how far you've come." Eleanor's eyes widened, her heart swelling at the gesture. "Clara, this is so thoughtful. You've brought a brightness into my life that I had forgotten existed." They settled in for tea, the sun casting golden rays through the window. Clara smiled as they reminisced about the past few months, the laughter, the stories, and the moments of vulnerability that had forged their bond. But as the conversation flowed, Clara felt a twinge of hesitation. "Eleanor, I've been thinking about something. You've shared so much of your life with me, and it's deeply inspiring. But I wonder, are you ready to share your story with a larger audience?" Eleanor's expression shifted, a blend of hope and apprehension dancing in her eyes. "I've thought about it, Clara, but I fear the judgment of others, the way they might perceive my mistakes." "That's natural," Clara reassured her. "But this isn't just about you. It's about all the people who feel lost or ashamed. Your journey could inspire them to find their own way back to the light." Eleanor pondered this, her heart racing at the thought of exposing herself to the world. "But what if they don't understand?" Clara reached across the table, taking Eleanor's hands in hers. "Not everyone will understand, but some will. And those are the voices that matter. You have the power to change perceptions, to show that even in darkness, there is always a way to rise again." As Eleanor gazed into Clara's earnest eyes, she felt a flicker of courage ignite within her. "You believe in me, don't you?" she asked softly. "Absolutely," Clara replied, her conviction unwavering. "Let's tell your story together." With a deep breath, Eleanor nodded. "All right, let's do it. It's time to confront the world." As they embarked on this new chapter together, Clara's heart raced with excitement. They poured their hearts into the project, weaving together Eleanor's experiences with Clara's own reflections. The writing process became a cathartic journey, each word a step toward healing and empowerment. Weeks turned into months, and the narrative began to take shape, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Clara poured her soul into every sentence, capturing the essence of Eleanor's journey with grace and compassion. And as the final draft took form, Clara felt a wave of accomplishment wash over her. They had crafted a story that not only honored Eleanor's past, but also celebrated the beauty of healing and connection. On the day of the book launch, the air buzzed with anticipation. Clara stood before a gathering of townsfolk, the room filled with faces both familiar and new. She felt a mix of nerves and excitement as she prepared to introduce Eleanor to the world. "Thank you all for coming today," Clara began, her voice steady. "We're here to celebrate a remarkable journey, the story of a woman who chose to confront her past and share her truth. This is Eleanor Caldwell's story." As Clara gestured toward Eleanor, the crowd erupted into applause. Eleanor stood beside her, a mixture of pride and vulnerability washing over her. She had faced the shadows, and now she was ready to embrace the light. With each word Clara spoke, Eleanor felt the weight of her past lifting. She could see the audience hanging on her every word, and for the first time in years, she felt seen, truly seen. After Clara finished reading excerpts from the book, she invited Eleanor to share a few words. Eleanor took a deep breath, her heart racing as she stepped forward. "I want to thank Clara for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. This journey has taught me that it's never too late to reclaim your voice." As Eleanor spoke, Clara noticed tears glistening in the eyes of those gathered. The emotions in the room were palpable, raw and powerful. Eleanor continued, sharing snippets of her life, her struggles, and the hope she found within the darkness. By the end of her speech, the room was filled with applause and support. Clara felt a surge of pride for Eleanor, for the woman who had transformed from a reclusive figure into a beacon of inspiration. As they celebrated that evening, Clara reflected on their journey together. The walls Eleanor had built were finally coming down, replaced by connections forged through shared stories and understanding. But even as the night drew to a close, Clara knew their work was far from over. There would always be shadows to confront and memories to unravel, but now they faced them together. Two women bound by friendship and resilience. In the days that followed, Eleanor became a source of inspiration for many in Willow Creek. People began to reach out, sharing their own stories of struggle and triumph, and Eleanor found herself surrounded by a community that embraced her for who she was, a woman of depth, beauty, and courage. With each passing day, Clara and Eleanor continued to explore the intricacies of life, love, and loss. Their bond deepened, and together, they ventured into new chapters of their lives, each one woven with threads of hope, healing, and the knowledge that even the darkest moments could lead to the brightest beginnings. Eleanor's journey was far from over, but now, with Clara by her side, she faced the future with a newfound strength. The past had shaped her, yes, but it would no longer define her. And in that shared understanding, they found the true essence of what it meant to live, to embrace the light, to acknowledge the shadows, and to celebrate the journey together. As the weeks rolled into months, Eleanor found herself at the center of a revitalized community in Willow Creek. Clara's book had not only shared her story, but had become a catalyst for change, sparking conversations that had long been buried beneath layers of silence. Eleanor's once quiet house now buzzed with visitors, neighbors, curious townsfolk, and even journalists interested in the compelling narrative of the woman who had lived alone for decades. Eleanor embraced her new role with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Each encounter was an opportunity to connect, to share, and to encourage others who felt lost in their own shadows. Clara stood beside her through it all, offering support and guidance, ensuring that Eleanor felt empowered and safe as she navigated this new chapter of her life. One sunny afternoon, as they sat in the garden surrounded by vibrant flowers, Clara turned to Eleanor with a thoughtful expression. "You've created such a positive impact in the community, but have you considered starting a support group? A safe space where others can share their stories?" Eleanor's eyes widened, the idea resonating deeply. "You think that would be helpful?" "Absolutely. There are so many people who feel isolated, just like you did. Your experience could guide them, and together, they could find healing," Clara encouraged. With Clara's support, Eleanor began to envision the possibilities. A few days later, she announced the formation of a support group to the community. The response was overwhelming. People from all walks of life signed up, eager to connect, share their experiences, and support one another. The first meeting was scheduled in the cozy living room of Eleanor's house, which now felt alive with purpose. On that day, Clara helped set up the space, arranging chairs in a circle, placing a warm pot of tea on the table, and laying out some freshly baked cookies. As the hour approached, Eleanor felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Would anyone show up? Would they trust her with their stories? When the doorbell rang, Clara opened the door to reveal a small group of nervous faces. One by one, they entered, some glancing around the room as if unsure of what to expect. Eleanor took a deep breath, her heart racing, and greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. I know that taking the first step to share your story can be daunting, but this is a safe space. We're all here to support one another." As the group settled in, Eleanor introduced herself, recounting her own journey of isolation and the challenges she faced. She spoke candidly about the shadows she had navigated, the mistakes she had made, and how sharing her truth had helped her heal. One by one, the participants began to open up, their voices trembling yet resolute. There was James, a middle-aged man whose life had unraveled after a sudden job loss. Maria, a single mother grappling with feelings of inadequacy and loneliness. And Claire, a young woman haunted by the memories of a toxic relationship. Eleanor listened intently, her heart swelling with empathy. Each story shared resonated deeply, echoing the struggles she had faced in her own life. The room transformed into a sanctuary of vulnerability, where pain was acknowledged and healing began to take root. As the weeks turned into months, the support group flourished. Participants returned, sharing their progress, celebrating victories, no matter how small, and finding solace in one another's journeys. Eleanor's once quiet home became a hub of healing, laughter, and camaraderie. Amidst the support group, Clara and Eleanor developed a deeper friendship. They spent evenings together, sharing their thoughts, dreams, and fears. Clara felt a growing appreciation for Eleanor's strength, while Eleanor admired Clara's unwavering belief in the goodness of people. One evening, as they sat in the garden sipping tea, Clara glanced at Eleanor, a thought bubbling to the surface. What if we turned your support group into something bigger? Perhaps a community event, where we could invite more people to share their stories. Eleanor considered this, her heart racing with excitement and apprehension. You mean like a storytelling festival? That could be incredible, but also overwhelming. Exactly. It could provide a platform for everyone to share their journeys, fostering understanding and compassion. We could have workshops, open mic sessions, and invite speakers to inspire others, Clara suggested. Eleanor's mind raced with possibilities. And we could incorporate music and art too, a celebration of resilience in all forms. With their shared enthusiasm, the plans began to take shape. They reached out to local artists, musicians, and storytellers, gathering support for the festival. As the event drew near, excitement rippled through the community. On the day of the festival, the town square was adorned with colorful banners and vibrant flowers. The air buzzed with anticipation as people gathered, some familiar faces from the support group, others new and curious. Eleanor stood at the entrance, feeling a mix of nerves and exhilaration. Clara joined her, offering a reassuring smile. Look at all these people. You're making a difference, Eleanor. You've brought them together. As the festival commenced, the atmosphere transformed into one of celebration. Attendees shared their stories through spoken word, music, and art, each piece woven with emotion and authenticity. Eleanor watched in awe as individuals poured their hearts out, reclaiming their narratives and embracing their truths. During the festival, Eleanor was invited to share her story on stage. Clutching the microphone, she looked out at the sea of faces, her heart racing. "This is a story of hope and healing," she began, her voice steady yet filled with emotion. "For years, I felt invisible, trapped in the shadows of my past. But today, I stand here as proof that we can rise, that our stories matter." As she spoke, tears glistened in the eyes of those listening. The weight of shared experiences hung in the air, uniting the crowd in a profound moment of connection. When she finished, the crowd erupted in applause, and Clara felt a wave of pride wash over her. Eleanor had transformed into a beacon of inspiration, guiding others to confront their own struggles and embrace their stories. The festival continued into the evening, filled with laughter, music, and celebration. Clara and Eleanor moved through the crowd, engaging with participants, sharing in their joy, and basking in the warmth of newfound connections. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the festival, Clara turned to Eleanor. "You did it. You created something beautiful, something that will resonate in this community for years to come." Eleanor's heart swelled with gratitude. "I couldn't have done it without you, Clara. You believed in me when I struggled to believe in myself." In that moment, Clara knew their journey together was far from over. The festival had sparked a movement, a ripple of hope that would continue to grow. They had transformed not just their own lives, but the lives of many others, reminding everyone that they were not alone in their struggles. As the festival drew to a close, Clara and Eleanor stood together, watching the twinkling lights adorning the square. They smiled, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. Eleanor turned to Clara, her eyes shining with determination. "This is just the beginning, isn't it?" Clara nodded, excitement bubbling within her. "Yes, it is. Let's continue to spread this light, to foster connection and healing in every corner we can reach." With renewed vigor, they embraced the future, ready to explore the next chapters of their lives together. The journey of healing would continue, and they would face it hand in hand, knowing that the power of their stories would forever illuminate the path ahead. As the weeks unfolded after the festival, the ripples of Eleanor's story began to reach far beyond Willow Creek. The event had garnered attention from local media, and soon articles and interviews highlighted not only Eleanor's inspiring journey, but also the burgeoning community she had fostered. With the newfound recognition, Clara and Eleanor received requests to speak at other events, sharing their experiences and encouraging others to embrace their narratives. One day, a letter arrived inviting them to a larger storytelling conference in the neighboring city, a gathering of voices from across the region. Clara's eyes sparkled with excitement as she read the details aloud. "This could be our chance to inspire even more people," Clara exclaimed, her enthusiasm contagious. Eleanor felt a mix of exhilaration and apprehension. "But it's so much bigger than anything we've done before. What if I freeze up on stage?" Clara placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You've already spoken to so many people. Remember how you captivated the audience at the festival? This is just another opportunity to share your truth." After some contemplation, Eleanor agreed, her heart swelling with the support Clara offered. The preparation began, with the two of them brainstorming ideas for their presentation. They decided to focus on the themes of resilience, community, and the transformative power of storytelling, weaving in personal anecdotes to create an engaging narrative. As the conference date approached, they rehearsed tirelessly, fine-tuning their delivery and ensuring that each word resonated with authenticity. Clara handled the logistics, arranging travel plans and marketing materials, while Eleanor immersed herself in the memories and emotions she wanted to convey. The day of the conference arrived, and excitement filled the air. Clara and Eleanor traveled to the city together, their hearts racing in anticipation. As they entered the venue, they were greeted by a diverse crowd of storytellers, writers, and seekers of connection. Eleanor felt a wave of nerves wash over her. "Look at all these people. What if they don't connect with my story?" "Remember, your story is unique, and it's powerful. There will always be someone who needs to hear it," Clara replied, her voice steadying Eleanor's nerves. When it was finally their turn to take the stage, Clara squeezed Eleanor's hand as they approached the microphone. The audience, a sea of eager faces, fell silent, their attention shifting to the two women who had come to share their journey. Clara began, her voice warm and inviting. "Thank you all for being here today. We are honored to share our story, a journey of healing, resilience, and the importance of connection." Eleanor's heart raced, but Clara's presence grounded her. When Clara gestured for her to speak, Eleanor took a deep breath and stepped forward. "My name is Eleanor Caldwell. For many years, I lived in the shadows, feeling isolated and lost. It wasn't until I allowed myself to share my story that I discovered the incredible strength within me." As she spoke, Eleanor felt the energy of the audience shift. Eyes widened with empathy, and she could sense the shared struggles and triumphs that connected them all. She recounted her experiences, the loneliness, the fear of judgment, and the transformative power of finding community. Her words flowed with sincerity, and as she described the impact of the support group and the festival, she could see heads nodding in agreement. Clara beamed with pride, feeling the warmth of Eleanor's story enveloping the room. When they finished, the applause was thunderous, and Eleanor felt a wave of relief and exhilaration. They had done it. They had connected with a larger audience, sparking inspiration and conversation. As they exited the stage, a woman approached them, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you for sharing your story. I felt every word you spoke. I've been struggling with my own journey, and hearing you has inspired me to embrace my truth." Eleanor's heart swelled with emotion. "Thank you for saying that. Your story matters too. We all have the power to inspire one another." Over the next few days, the conference continued, filled with workshops and discussions that deepened Eleanor's understanding of the healing process. She participated in sessions about the art of storytelling, mindfulness, and community building, each experience enriching her perspective. After one particularly moving workshop, Eleanor and Clara found themselves in a quiet corner of the venue, reflecting on what they had learned. "I never imagined this journey would lead me here," Eleanor said, her eyes shining. "It's like each step has unlocked a new part of me." Clara nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "And think about how many lives you've touched along the way. Your story is a gift to others." As they prepared to leave, Eleanor received a message from a participant who wanted to meet for coffee to discuss her own journey. "I never expected this kind of response," Eleanor marveled. "It's incredible how one story can resonate with so many." Back in Willow Creek, The energy from the conference lingered, igniting new ideas for Eleanor and Clara. They began to brainstorm how they could sustain the momentum and continue building their community. "I've been thinking," Clara said one evening, "what if we host regular workshops in town? They could focus on different aspects of storytelling, creativity, and healing." Eleanor's eyes lit up. "That's brilliant. We can create a safe space for people to share their stories and learn from one another. It would be an extension of the support group." They quickly got to work reaching out to local artists, therapists, and speakers who could facilitate the workshops. With each plan that unfolded, Eleanor felt a sense of purpose she hadn't experienced in years. The first workshop was scheduled for a Saturday afternoon, and excitement buzzed through the community. Clara and Eleanor transformed Eleanor's living room into a warm, inviting space filled with cushions, art supplies, and snacks. When participants began to arrive, Eleanor welcomed them with open arms, her heart swelling with gratitude. As the workshop commenced, Eleanor facilitated discussions, guiding participants through exercises that encouraged them to explore their stories and express themselves creatively. Throughout the afternoon, the room buzzed with energy. Laughter mingled with tears as participants shared their experiences, offering support and insight to one another. Eleanor watched in awe as connections blossomed, the same light she had once sought illuminating the faces around her. At the end of the workshop, Clara stood beside Eleanor, her eyes shimmering with pride. "You did it, Eleanor. You've created something beautiful here." Eleanor felt a warmth spread through her heart. "It's all of us together. This community has become a part of me, and I want to continue nurturing it." As the weeks turned into months, the workshops became a regular occurrence, each session a testament to the power of shared stories. Participants returned week after week, eager to connect, create, and heal together. One evening, as Eleanor reflected on the journey, she realized just how far she had come. From a life of solitude to becoming a source of inspiration and connection, her path had transformed. Clara sat beside her, sipping tea. "You've built a legacy, Eleanor. People are learning from you, healing together, and finding hope in their stories." Eleanor smiled, her heart full. "And it's all thanks to you, Clara. You saw something in me when I couldn't see it myself." As they prepared for another workshop, Eleanor looked out at the community she had helped to foster. In that moment, she understood the true power of storytelling. It wasn't just about sharing her journey, but about creating a space where others could find their voices, connect with one another, and embrace their truths. Together, they stood at the threshold of something beautiful, a community built on understanding, compassion, and the belief that even in the darkest moments, light could always break through. As the seasons changed, so did the dynamics of the workshops. Eleanor and Clara felt the energy in the room shift, evolving from individual stories to deeper explorations of themes like resilience, healing, and community strength. Participants began to share not just their past, but their aspirations for the future. Eleanor noticed a shift in her own perspective too. What began as a focus on overcoming solitude had transformed into a collective journey of empowerment. Each person brought their unique narrative to the table, creating a tapestry of experiences that enriched the group as a whole. One evening, as the workshop concluded, a new participant, a young man named Alex, hesitantly approached Eleanor. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" he asked, his voice shaky. "Of course, Alex. What's on your mind?" she replied, gesturing for him to sit down. "I've been coming to the workshops for a few weeks now, and it's really helped me open up. But I feel like I need to share something more personal," he confessed, glancing around the room to ensure no one else was listening. Eleanor leaned in, her expression encouraging. "Take your time. This is a safe space." Taking a deep breath, Alex shared that he had been struggling with the loss of his father, feeling isolated and burdened by grief. "I haven't been able to talk about it with anyone. I thought I could just deal with it on my own, but it's so heavy," he admitted, tears welling in his eyes. Eleanor's heart ached for him. "I can't imagine how difficult that must be. Sharing can be incredibly powerful, especially when you feel weighed down by something like that. Would you be open to sharing your story with the group?" "I don't know if I'm ready for that," he said, shaking his head, "but I just wanted to tell someone." Eleanor offered him a comforting smile. "That's a great first step, Alex. Remember, We're all here for you, and whenever you feel ready, you have a community waiting to support you." As Alex left the workshop that night, Eleanor felt a renewed sense of purpose. The connections they were forging were deeper than she had realized. The following week, she decided to dedicate a session to the theme of grief and healing, inviting participants to explore their experiences with loss and how storytelling could be a means of processing their feelings. When the day arrived, the atmosphere was somber yet hopeful. Eleanor started the session by sharing a personal story about her own experiences with loss, the people she had loved and lost, and how their memories shaped her. As she spoke, she noticed Alex sitting quietly in the back, his eyes fixed on her. It was a powerful moment, as vulnerability often breeds connection. By the end of her story, several participants were wiping away tears, and Eleanor could see the impact of their shared experiences. "Today, I want us to create a space to honor those we've lost," she said softly. "Let's take a moment to write down our thoughts or memories about them. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be real." The room filled with a hushed intensity as everyone took to their papers. Some wrote poems, while others penned letters to their loved ones, and a few even drew images that encapsulated their feelings. When they reconvened to share, Eleanor invited anyone who felt comfortable to read aloud. One by one, participants opened up, sharing their heartfelt memories and the lessons learned through their loss. When it was Alex's turn, he stood up, visibly trembling but determined. "I'd like to share," he announced, his voice shaky but resolute. "I lost my dad a year ago, and it's been really hard. He was my best friend, and I still feel like he's with me sometimes, but I don't know how to talk about it." As he spoke, the room was enveloped in a profound silence. His words resonated deeply, and Eleanor could see tears glistening in many eyes. Alex shared anecdotes, memories of laughter, and the void he felt since his father's passing. When he finished, the room erupted in applause, but more importantly, a wave of empathy and understanding flowed toward him. Eleanor could see the relief on his face, the weight of isolation lifting as he realized he was not alone. After the session, participants lingered, sharing their own experiences with Alex. Eleanor felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the community they had built, a place where healing could happen in the company of those who understood. As the weeks progressed, the support group became a cornerstone of Willow Creek, attracting more participants who were eager to share their stories. Eleanor found herself organizing themed sessions, inviting guest speakers, and even planning collaborative projects that could extend their reach beyond the town. One day, Clara approached her with an idea. "What if we published a book featuring the stories from our workshops? It could serve as a collection of voices from our community, an anthology of resilience and hope." Eleanor's eyes widened in excitement. "That's a fantastic idea. It could inspire others and provide a platform for those who have felt unheard." Together, they began outlining the project, reaching out to participants for their stories and offering guidance on how to structure their narratives. The response was enthusiastic. Many were thrilled at the prospect of sharing their experiences in a published format. As they worked on the anthology, Eleanor found herself reflecting on her own journey. The book became a testament not just to her story, but to the collective journey of healing within the community. Each narrative contributed to a greater tapestry, showcasing the power of vulnerability and the strength found in connection. Months later, the day arrived for the anthology's release. Clara and Eleanor organized a launch event in the town square, inviting everyone to celebrate the culmination of their efforts. As they set up the tables, decorated with flowers and the freshly printed books, Eleanor felt a mix of excitement and nerves. The event drew a crowd, buzzing with anticipation. Clara took the stage to introduce the anthology, highlighting the stories within and the resilience of their community. Eleanor watched from the sidelines, her heart swelling with pride. When it was her turn to speak, she stepped onto the stage, the weight of her journey heavy in her chest. "This book is a reflection of our collective experiences, a testament to the power of sharing our stories," she began, her voice strong. "We are not alone in our struggles. Together, we can rise, heal, and create a better tomorrow." As she spoke, the crowd erupted in applause, but it wasn't the applause that moved her. It was the faces of those in attendance, friends, neighbors, and strangers who had all come together to celebrate the power of their stories. The event continued with readings from the anthology, laughter, and a sense of community that resonated deep within Eleanor's heart. After the last reading, Eleanor looked around at the smiling faces, the connections that had blossomed, and the hope that now filled the space. It was a celebration not just of their individual journeys, but of the strength they had found in one another. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the town square, Eleanor felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. This was more than just a book launch. It was a symbol of transformation, a reminder that no matter how dark the journey might seem, there was always light to be found. Eleanor and Clara stood together, basking in the warmth of the moment, knowing that their efforts had created something beautiful and lasting. They had forged a community built on understanding, resilience, and the undeniable truth that everyone's story mattered. In that moment, Eleanor knew that she had finally come home, not just to her community, but to herself. The journey of healing and connection would continue, and together, they would navigate whatever came next, hand in hand, ready to face the future with courage and hope. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video. In the quaint town of Maplewood, where each tree whispered secrets and every shadow seemed to hold a tale, lived Sarah Hawthorne. On the surface, her life appeared idyllic. She had a modest home adorned with flowering plants, a steady job at the local library, and a close-knit circle of friends. But beneath the veneer of normalcy lay a dark undercurrent. Sarah was haunted by nightmares that had begun to bleed into her waking life. It all started innocently enough. One evening, after a particularly stressful week at work, Sarah tossed and turned in her sleep, enveloped in a dreamscape that felt all too real. She found herself in a desolate, fog-laden forest, the air thick with a sense of dread. A distant whisper echoed around her, an ethereal sound that sent chills down her spine. The more she tried to run, the more the fog tightened its grip, and an overwhelming feeling of being watched clawed at her sanity. When she awoke, heart racing, Sarah brushed it off as a mere consequence of fatigue. Yet, as the weeks turned into months, the dreams intensified. Each night, she returned to that accursed forest, and each time, the stakes felt higher. She encountered shadowy figures lurking just beyond her line of sight, their forms flickering in and out like dying flames. The whispers morphed into voices, urgent, pleading, and sometimes threatening. The most alarming aspect of these nightmares was not just their persistence, but their precision. The next day after each dream, Sarah noticed peculiar changes around her. A misplaced item here, an unsettling feeling in the pit of her stomach there. It felt as though her nightmares were seeping into her reality, leaving behind breadcrumbs of terror that she couldn't quite ignore. The town had its fair share of folklore, tales of lost souls wandering the woods, cursed spirits seeking vengeance, and dreams that foretold the future. Sarah had always dismissed these stories as mere superstition. However, with every passing night, doubt crept into her mind, and she began to wonder if there was more to the legends than she had thought. One morning, after another night spent tangled in her sheets, Sarah decided she could no longer ignore the growing dread. She confided in her best friend, Mia, over coffee at their favorite cafe. "Mia, I need to tell you something," Sarah began, her voice trembling slightly. "I've been having these nightmares, and they feel so real. It's like they're affecting my life in ways I can't explain." Mia leaned in, concern etched on her face. "What do you mean? Are you being chased? Do you see anything specific in your dreams?" As Sarah described her experiences, the forest, the shadows, the whispers, Mia's expression shifted from concern to curiosity. "You should look into the town's history. Maybe there's something that ties to your dreams," she suggested. "You never know what you might uncover." Taking Mia's advice, Sarah plunged into the research. She spent hours poring over old newspapers and town records at the library, uncovering stories about the forest that haunted her dreams. Legends spoke of a woman named Alara who had vanished in those woods many years ago, her spirit said to roam in search of something lost. The townsfolk whispered of strange occurrences associated with her disappearance, dreams that foretold misfortune, and visions of a woman beckoning from the depths of the forest. As the sun began to set, casting an eerie glow through the library windows. Sarah's heart raced. Could her nightmares be connected to Alara's story? With her curiosity piqued, she sought more information, feeling an irresistible pull toward the forest that had plagued her sleep. Determined to confront her fears, she decided to visit the woods at dusk. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and her growing resolve, Sarah ventured into the trees. The branches swayed gently in the wind, but the air felt charged with something unexplainable. Each step deeper into the forest amplified the whispers from her dreams, echoing around her as if the very trees were alive with the secrets they held. As shadows danced around her, she felt a presence, an energy that pulled her forward. Her flashlight flickered, and she gripped it tighter, feeling the fear bubble within her. Then, she heard it, a soft, melodic voice weaving through the trees, calling her name. Sarah, Sarah. Her heart pounded as she followed the sound, compelled to find its source. The voice grew clearer, guiding her deeper into the labyrinth of trees until she stumbled upon a clearing. There, bathed in the silver light of the moon, stood a figure, ethereal and hauntingly beautiful. "Welcome, Sarah," the figure said, her voice soothing yet unsettling. "I have been waiting for you." Stunned, Sarah stepped back, the gravity of the moment hitting her. The figure resembled the woman from the stories, her long hair flowing like mist around her. "Who are you?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am Alara," the figure replied, her eyes shimmering like stars. "And you have been chosen." With those words, everything shifted. The nightmares that had haunted Sarah for so long were no longer just figments of her imagination. They were a call to action, a connection to a past that needed resolution. As she stood in that moonlit clearing, Sarah realized that the terrifying truth about her nightmares was only the beginning of a journey that would unravel the mysteries of the forest, her own psyche, and the spirit of Alara herself. In the eerie stillness of the moonlit clearing, Sarah stood mesmerized by Alara's presence. The ethereal figure radiated an otherworldly beauty, and the air crackled with an energy that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. "I've been chosen," Sarah echoed, her mind racing with questions. "Chosen for what?" Alara's smile was gentle, yet enigmatic. "To uncover the truth behind the nightmares. You possess a rare gift, the ability to connect with those who have passed. But first, you must confront your fears and embrace the path laid out before you." As the words hung in the air, Sarah felt a mixture of dread and curiosity. The forest around her seemed to pulse with life, shadows flickering at the edges of her vision. She had always felt an inexplicable bond with the natural world, but now it felt alive in a way she had never known. "Why me?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "What do you want me to do?" Alara gestured gracefully, beckoning Sarah to step closer. "There is a story buried deep within these woods, a story that must be told. I can guide you, but you must be willing to embrace the darkness." Sarah took a deep breath, summoning her courage. "I'll do it. I want to understand." The moment she spoke, the atmosphere shifted. A gust of wind whipped through the trees, and Alara's form shimmered like a mirage. "Then let us begin." As if in a trance, Sarah followed Alara into the depths of the forest. The path ahead twisted and turned, cloaked in shadows that danced like specters. With each step, Sarah felt the weight of the forest pressing upon her, memories and whispers intertwining in a symphony of the past. "Tell me about the nightmares," Alara urged, her voice melodic yet firm. "What do you see?" Sarah hesitated, gathering her thoughts. "It's always the same. I'm in the forest, lost and afraid. I hear whispers, voices calling to me. Sometimes I see shapes moving in the shadows, but I can never get a clear look at them." "Those are the echoes of lost souls," Alara explained, her eyes shimmering with understanding. "They linger here, trapped between worlds, seeking release. Your nightmares are a bridge, a connection to their stories. By confronting them, you may help them find peace." With each revelation, Sarah's heart raced. The idea of being a conduit for the restless spirits sent both thrill and fear coursing through her veins. She felt a sense of purpose rising within her, a calling that resonated with her very core. As they walked deeper, the forest transformed around them. The trees grew denser, their gnarled branches reaching out like hands, and the whispers grew louder, wrapping around Sarah like a shroud. It was as if the forest itself was alive, aware of her presence and intent. Suddenly, they arrived at a clearing unlike the one they had just left. This space felt different, charged with a palpable energy that made the hairs on the back of Sarah's neck stand on end. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and twisted, roots sprawling like serpents. "This is the heartwood," Alara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is the source of all life in this forest and a gateway to the stories that reside here. You must touch it, Sarah, to awaken your gift." Taking a tentative step forward, Sarah reached out to the rough bark of the heartwood. The moment her fingers made contact, a jolt of energy surged through her. Images flooded her mind, snapshots of moments long gone, fragments of lives once lived. She saw flashes of laughter, sorrow, and loss, all intertwined in a tapestry of human experience. Visions began to unfold like a film strip before her eyes. She witnessed a family gathered around a table, the warmth of love palpable. Then it shifted to a young woman, desperate and alone, wandering the very forest where she stood. A sense of urgency gripped her heart as she realized these were not mere illusions, but echoes of the souls trapped within the woods. "What am I seeing?" Sarah gasped, pulling her hand away, overwhelmed. "Alara's spirit resides in these memories," the figure replied. "They are threads of her life woven into the very fabric of this place. You must unravel them, piece by piece, to understand the truth of her disappearance." With newfound determination, Sarah nodded, ready to delve deeper into the mysteries of the forest. The heartwood pulsed under her touch, guiding her to the first of many stories. "Follow the signs," Alara instructed, her voice echoing in the stillness. "Listen to the whispers. They will lead you to the next soul that needs your help." As the night deepened, Sarah embarked on her journey through the forest, each step echoing with the promise of revelation. Shadows flickered and swayed, urging her forward. She felt both terrified and exhilarated, a sense of purpose igniting within her. With Alara by her side, Sarah ventured further into the unknown, determined to uncover the truth about her nightmares and the haunting tales of the forest. With Alara's guidance, Sarah ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew denser and the shadows thickened, almost as if they were alive. Each step she took seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the heartwood, the ancient tree that pulsed with energy and secrets. "Listen closely," Alara whispered, her voice weaving through the rustling leaves. "The forest speaks in riddles, and its stories are not always clear. Trust your instincts." As they walked, Sarah felt the weight of expectation on her shoulders. What would she discover? Would she truly be able to help the souls trapped within these woods? Her heart raced with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Suddenly, a distant whisper brushed against her ear, a soft, sorrowful sound that drew her attention. "This way," Alara urged, leading Sarah off the main path. They weaved through the underbrush until they reached a small clearing where the ground was carpeted with vibrant wildflowers, their colors vivid against the muted greens and browns of the forest. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, a young girl, no older than 10, her expression hauntingly forlorn. Her hair flowed like silk, tangled with leaves and twigs, and her eyes shimmered with tears. "Help me," the girl pleaded, her voice a soft echo that seemed to resonate from deep within the earth. "I'm lost." Sarah's heart ached at the sight of her. "What happened?" she asked gently, kneeling to meet the girl's gaze. "I was playing in the forest, and then I couldn't find my way back home," the girl said, her voice trembling. "I heard the whispers calling me, but I didn't know they would lead me here." Alara stepped forward, her presence a calming force. "You are safe now, dear one. We are here to help you find your way." The girl's eyes widened with hope. "Can you bring me home?" Sarah felt a surge of determination. "Yes, we will help you. But first, we need to understand your story." As the girl began to recount her tale, Sarah felt an overwhelming connection to her. The child spoke of her vibrant life, of laughter and love, and the day she wandered into the forest, lured by the sweet melodies of the whispers. Each word painted a vivid picture, and Sarah could almost see the memories unfolding before her. I followed the voices until I got lost, the girl said, her small hands trembling. I've been here for so long. I don't want to be alone anymore. Listen to me, Sarah said, her voice steady. You are not alone. We're here with you, and we will help you find peace. As Sarah spoke, she felt a connection to the forest deepen. The whispers that had once terrified her now seemed to wrap around her like a warm embrace, encouraging her to listen. She could feel the weight of the girl's sorrow pressing against her heart, and she knew she had to act. Tell me your name, Sarah urged gently. Lily, the girl replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Lily, Sarah repeated, allowing the name to settle in her mind. We're going to guide you home, but first, we need to find the path you took when you entered this forest. Lily nodded, her expression shifting from despair to a glimmer of hope. I remember the big oak tree with the swing. I ran past it when I followed the voices. Alara gestured for them to follow her. Then we must retrace her steps. Trust the forest. It will guide us. As they moved through the woods, Sarah remained acutely aware of the whispers that danced around them. With every rustle of leaves, she felt a connection to the stories that had come before her, a tapestry of lives interwoven with loss and longing. After a short while, they emerged into a small clearing dominated by a massive oak tree. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the sky, and a swing hung from one of the sturdy limbs, swaying gently in the breeze. Here, Lily exclaimed, her face lighting up with recognition. This is where I was playing. Sarah felt a rush of hope. This is a good sign. You were close to home, Lily. Lily's eyes sparkled with tears, a mix of gratitude and yearning. Can you help me remember how to get back? As Alara stepped forward, she placed her hand on the tree's trunk, closing her eyes. The heartwood connects us all. Let us awaken its memory. Sarah watched in awe as Alara began to chant softly, her words flowing like a melody that resonated through the air. The forest seemed to respond, the whispers growing louder, swirling around them like a tempest. Suddenly, the ground beneath them vibrated, and images flashed in Sarah's mind. Snapshots of a family home, a warm kitchen filled with laughter, and Lily playing with her siblings in the backyard. It was a vivid reminder of the love that awaited her beyond the forest. Now, Lily, Alara instructed gently, focus on your home. Think of the laughter, the joy, and the warmth of your family. Lily closed her eyes, her small face scrunched in concentration. Sarah could feel the energy shift, a palpable warmth enveloping them. The air hummed with anticipation, and she joined Lily in envisioning the home filled with light and love. As they focused on their shared vision, a soft glow began to emanate from the oak tree, illuminating the clearing in a warm, golden light. The whispers transformed into a gentle lullaby, guiding them through the memories. Now, Lily, Sarah said, her voice steady. Step forward. Your family is waiting for you. With a deep breath, Lily took a step toward the glowing light. I'm coming home, she said, her voice a mix of joy and relief. As she moved closer, the glow enveloped her, and Sarah felt a rush of emotions, love, longing, and the bittersweet ache of goodbye. She could see Lily's spirit rise, her form shimmering like a candle flickering in the wind. Thank you, Lily whispered, her voice fading like a distant echo. Thank you for helping me. In an instant, the glow intensified, and Lily's spirit dissolved into a cascade of shimmering light that danced around them before disappearing into the night. Sarah stood in silence, the gravity of the moment sinking in. She had helped a lost soul find her way home, but the experience left her feeling raw and exposed. Alara placed a comforting hand on Sarah's shoulder. You have done well, Sarah, but there are many more stories to uncover. Each soul we help brings us closer to understanding the truth of your nightmares. As they made their way back through the forest, Sarah felt a sense of purpose burning within her. She was no longer just a girl haunted by dreams. She was a conduit for the voices of the past, a bridge between worlds. With each step, she embraced the knowledge that the forest held countless tales waiting to be told, and she was determined to help them find their way to the light. The forest hummed with life as Sarah and Alara ventured deeper, the air thick with anticipation after the successful encounter with Lily. Sarah felt invigorated by the connection they had forged, yet a nagging sense of foreboding crept into her mind. The whispers of the woods seemed to shift, becoming more insistent, almost frantic. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked, glancing at Alara. The figure walked with an ethereal grace, her presence both calming and unsettling. "Yes," Alara replied, her expression serious. "The energy in the forest has changed. We are approaching something significant, but also dangerous. Prepare yourself." As they moved further along the winding path, the trees grew denser, the branches intertwining above them like skeletal fingers. Shadows twisted and danced at the edges of Sarah's vision, pulling her attention away from the serene beauty of the woods. The whispers turned to murmurs, a cacophony of voices that seemed to blend together, echoing secrets and warnings. Suddenly, they emerged into a small clearing where the ground was littered with broken branches and scattered leaves. In the center stood another ancient tree, but this one was gnarled and twisted, its bark dark and scarred. It emanated an aura of despair, and Sarah felt a chill creep down her spine. "This is the weeping tree," Alara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is said to be the resting place of those who met tragic ends, lost souls forever tied to the pain of their deaths." As Alara spoke, a flicker of movement caught Sarah's eye. In the shadows beneath the tree, she saw a figure, a man, hunched over, his face obscured by a dark hood. The air felt thick with tension as Sarah and Alara approached, the whispers growing louder, reverberating around them like a storm. "Who are you?" Sarah called out, her voice steady despite her unease. The man turned slowly, revealing sunken cheeks and hollow eyes that seemed to absorb the light. "I am just a keeper of memories," he rasped, his voice like gravel. "But my memories are tainted, filled with darkness." "What do you mean?" Sarah pressed, feeling the weight of his words. He let out a low chuckle, bitter and haunting. "I was once like you, a seeker of truth. I delved too deep into the darkness and lost myself in the process. My nightmares became my reality, and now I am trapped here, forever bound to this tree." A shiver ran through Sarah. "What happened to you?" "I uncovered secrets that should have remained buried," he replied, his eyes gleaming with a mix of sorrow and madness. "There are things in this forest that even the bravest souls should never confront. I sought to help those who were lost, but in doing so, I lost everything." Alara stepped forward, her voice firm. "You must tell us what you know. There are souls in need of help, and we cannot turn away from our purpose." The man hesitated, a flicker of conflict passing across his gaunt face. "You don't understand the cost. Each soul you help draws you closer to the darkness. The weeping tree holds the memories of all who suffered here, and to help them is to risk your own sanity." Sarah felt a surge of defiance. "I won't turn away. I need to know the truth, not just for myself, but for those who are lost. I can't ignore their cries." The man's expression softened momentarily. "Your heart is pure, but the forest is not forgiving. There is a reason the whispers grow louder. The darkness feeds on fear, and it will test you in ways you cannot imagine." "Show me," Sarah said, her determination unwavering. "Show me what you've seen." With a heavy sigh, the man stepped aside, revealing the gnarled roots of the weeping tree. "Touch the tree and see for yourself. But be warned, the visions you receive may change you forever." Sarah approached the tree, feeling its rough bark beneath her fingers. As she made contact, a wave of energy surged through her, and her vision blurred. Suddenly, she was thrust into a series of vivid images, screams echoing in the night, a child crying for help, shadows lurking just beyond the reach of light. She saw glimpses of twisted faces, anguish etched into their features, and the remnants of their lives, laughter turning to screams, love shattering into despair. "Stop," Sarah gasped, wrenching her hand away from the tree. "I can't take it." Alara placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, grounding her. "You must breathe, Sarah. These are not just your nightmares. They are the collective pain of those who have suffered here." As the visions faded, Sarah staggered back, her heart racing. "What do I do with this? How can I help them if I can barely handle it myself?" The man regarded her with a knowing expression. You must confront the source of their pain. The darkness resides not only in the forest, but within each soul. To help them, you must be willing to face your own demons. I understand, Sarah replied, her voice steadying. But where do I start? There is a place deeper in the forest, the man said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The hollow, where the darkness is most potent. You will find answers there, but you must tread carefully. Many who enter do not return. Sarah exchanged a determined glance with Alara. We'll go together. Very well, the man said, a flicker of respect in his hollow eyes. But remember, the hollow will reveal truths you may not be ready to face. As they set out toward the hollow, Sarah felt a mixture of dread and exhilaration. The path was fraught with uncertainty, but she was ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The whispers grew louder as they approached, a dissonant chorus that echoed the turmoil within her heart. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Shadows danced in the corners of her vision, and the air grew heavy, suffocating. Finally, they reached the hollow, a vast chasm surrounded by twisted trees and dark underbrush. An otherworldly silence enveloped the space, broken only by the sound of her own heartbeat. Prepare yourself, Alara said, her voice low. This is where the truth lies. With that, they stepped into the darkness together, ready to face the unknown. As Sarah and Alara stepped into the hollow, the air thickened with an almost tangible darkness, wrapping around them like a suffocating shroud. The oppressive silence pressed down on Sarah's shoulders, each breath feeling heavier than the last. Shadows flickered at the edges of her vision, whispering secrets she couldn't quite grasp. Stay close, Alara urged, her voice steady but low. Trust in the light within you, no matter how dark it becomes. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, littered with stones and twisted roots that seemed to reach out like fingers. Sarah could feel the weight of the darkness pressing against her, an ancient malevolence that lingered in the air. Every instinct urged her to turn back, yet she pressed forward, driven by a fierce determination to uncover the truth. As they ventured deeper, faint echoes of laughter and cries intertwined, creating a haunting symphony of lost souls. The whispers grew more distinct, merging into a cacophony that made it hard to focus. Yet amidst the chaos, a singular voice broke through, clear and compelling. Help me, please. The plea sent chills down Sarah's spine. Do you hear that? She asked, her heart racing. Yes, Alara replied, her expression grave. That is the voice of someone in pain. We must find them. Following the sound, they moved through the darkness, guided by the urgency in the voice. It led them to a small clearing illuminated by an eerie, flickering light. In the center stood a figure, a woman, her face obscured by shadows, yet her sorrow was palpable. Who are you? Sarah called out, stepping forward. What happened to you? The woman lifted her head, revealing hollow cheeks and sunken eyes filled with despair. I am a guardian of lost souls, bound to this place by my own failures. I sought to save them, but instead, I became trapped. What do you mean? Sarah pressed, her heart aching for the woman's pain. I tried to confront the darkness, but it consumed me. The woman confessed, her voice a haunting melody. I thought I could rescue them from their nightmares, but I failed, and now I cannot escape. A flicker of recognition sparked within Sarah. You're like the man we met at the weeping tree. He said he lost himself trying to help others. The woman nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. We all carry the weight of those we couldn't save. It binds us to the darkness, and the hollow amplifies that pain. Alara stepped closer, her voice soothing. You don't have to bear this burden alone. We can help you find peace. But how? The woman replied, desperation in her tone. The darkness is relentless. It feeds on our fears, our regrets. I don't know if I can face it again. Sarah felt a surge of empathy for the woman. We've already helped a lost soul tonight. We can do it again. You have to remember the light you once carried, the love that drove you to help others in the first place. The woman's expression flickered, a hint of hope surfacing through her despair. But the cost, it may take everything. I'm willing to risk it, Sarah declared, her heart pounding. We can face the darkness together. You don't have to do this alone. As the words hung in the air, the atmosphere shifted. The darkness around them seemed to pulse, reacting to their determination. The whispers grew more frantic, swirling around them like a tempest. Very well, the woman said, her voice trembling but resolute. If you are willing to help me, we must confront the source of our pain. The moment I fell into darkness. With a deep breath, Sarah reached for the woman's hand. Alara joined them, creating a circle of connection, a united front against the encroaching shadows. Together, Alara said, her voice filled with strength, "We will find the light." As they closed their eyes, the darkness thickened around them, but within it, Sarah felt a flicker of warmth, an ember of hope that glowed fiercely against the void. Suddenly, they were pulled into a vision, a chaotic scene flooded with memories of the woman's past. Sarah saw flashes of her life, moments of joy and laughter, a child's face bright with happiness, then the swift descent into chaos. Shadows lurked in every corner, twisting into grotesque forms as the woman struggled to save others, her light flickering under the weight of despair. "No," the woman cried out, desperation consuming her. "I wanted to help, but I lost them all. Remember the love," Sarah urged, her voice cutting through the darkness. "That's what we need to focus on. The light is stronger than the shadows." As the woman's heartache washed over them, Sarah felt the intensity of her pain. The weight of regret hung heavy in the air, but alongside it was a glimmer of the love that had once fueled her actions. "Think of the light you brought to others," Alara encouraged, her voice unwavering. "They still carry that light within them, just as you do." The woman's face began to soften, the shadows around her retreating slightly as she concentrated on the memories that brought her joy. Slowly, Sarah saw a spark of light igniting within her, pushing back against the darkness that sought to consume her. "Feel it," Sarah urged. "Let it grow." With every ounce of will, the woman summoned the memories of love and laughter, moments of connection that transcended time and space. The shadows writhed, but the light began to expand, illuminating the darkness around them. "Together, we can break this cycle," Sarah declared, her voice ringing with conviction. In that moment, the woman let out a cry, a mix of anguish and relief, as the light burst forth, enveloping them in a radiant glow. The shadows shrieked in defiance, but the light surged, pushing them back, breaking the hold the darkness had over them. As the brilliance enveloped the clearing, Sarah felt the weight of the hollow lifting. The echoes of lost souls transformed into a harmonious chorus, a celebration of release and redemption. Finally, the light coalesced into a dazzling orb that floated before them, a testament to the woman's journey from darkness to light. The shadows that once clung to her began to dissolve, and her features softened as her spirit began to rise. "Thank you," the woman whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "I can finally rest." With that, she faded into the light, her essence merging with the brilliance that illuminated the hollow. The air became still, the oppressive weight lifting as warmth flooded the space. Sarah and Alara stood in the afterglow, hearts racing, but filled with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but more importantly, they had helped a soul find peace. "Is it over?" Sarah asked, breathless. Alara smiled, her eyes shimmering with pride. "For now, but there will always be more souls to help, more stories to uncover. Your journey is just beginning." As they made their way back through the now familiar path of the forest, Sarah felt a renewed sense of purpose swelling within her. The shadows may linger, but she was no longer afraid. With Alara by her side, she knew she could face whatever came next. "Thank you for guiding me," Sarah said softly, glancing at Alara. "I couldn't have done it without you." "We are all connected," Alara replied, her voice like a soothing balm. "And as long as you carry the light within you, you will always find your way." As they emerged from the depths of the forest, the dawn began to break, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the trees. The world outside felt different, brighter, more alive. And Sarah knew that she was ready to embrace whatever awaited her, armed with the knowledge that even in the darkest moments, hope would always shine through. With a heart full of courage and determination, Sarah stepped into the light of a new day, ready to uncover more truths, help more souls, and continue her journey into the unknown. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.